Good morning. My name is Councillor Lily Chang. I am the Vice Chair of the North York Community Council. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting 25 to order. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, North York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with the motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meetings on June 4th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? That carries. Member, we have 30 items and maybe a few bonus items on the agenda. Yes, and a few new business items to introduce. Okay, so we're going to move through the agenda. Please let me know if you want to hold or release.
Madam Speaker, did you want me to move my order paper
sure.
motion ahead? Members, I'm moving a motion. Mr. Green, help me draft so it can go on the screen. We don't want to lose quorum, and I understand there may be a quorum issue this afternoon. I for one, have a meeting at 3 o'clock that has 5 divisions and the TRCA attending it, so I really can't avoid it. And we do want to hear from everyone. So I'm moving a motion. You'll see it's a little more complex than it used to be. I'm moving a motion that the initial presentation from speakers be 3 minutes as opposed to 5. To be fair, we have one item that has a lot of speakers, but to my mind, to be fair, when you move this motion, you should move it on the whole agenda so we're being fair to all. The only difference nowadays is that when we do this, if someone does arrive past 10 o'clock, if it's on a planning item under the Planning Act, they're still allowed to register and speak. But we have a number of transportations items, et cetera. And so on those, they were to have registered by 10 a.m. And so I'm going to suggest that we move that their speeches be 3 minutes, and then we can ask questions if they don't fit it all in. We can ask questions if need be, if there's new information there.
Yeah. Great, thank you. So the motion is being moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, we're going to go through the agenda now. NY 25.1. This is 369 Soudan Avenue. We have speakers on that, so we will hold it down. NY 25.2, 47 Stadacona Drive also has speakers, and we will hold it down. NY 25.3, 47 Stadacona Drive. I'm sorry, the other one also has speakers. Yes. And NY 25.4, 123 Garratt Boulevard, that has speakers, so we will hold that down. NY 25.5, that one also has speakers, so we will hold that down. NY 25.6, 2674 to 2704 Yonge Street and 19 Alexandra Boulevard. That one also has speakers. We have a speaker party today. We'll hold that down. NY 25.7, That is 272, 284, 286, 288, 290, and 296 Lawrence Avenue West, and 1507, 1525, 1537, 1539, 1545, and 1549 Avenue Road. That is a rental house demolition application, and there are no speakers on this item.
I'll move approval.
Move approval. Counselor Cole, move approval. All those in favor? Any opposed? No, that carries. Thank you. Great. NY 25.8, 1410 Eglinton Avenue West. There are no speakers on this item.
I'd like to hold that.
You're holding that? Okay. NY 25.9, 133 and 141 Erskine Avenue Rental House Demolition. This that has speakers. Okay, we will hold it down. NY 25.10, 5799 to 5915 Yonge Street, and 46 and 47 Averill Crescent. That has a speaker, so we'll hold that. NY 25.11, there are no speakers. 110 Sheppard Avenue East, official plan amendment. I would like to move staff recommendations. Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.12, 240-242 Finch Avenue West, zoning bylaw amendment. This one has a speaker. NY 25.13, 30 to 36 Hendon Avenue, no speakers. I'd like to move staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.14, 173 Woburn Avenue, application to remove a tree that has speakers. NY 25.15, 866 Sheppard Avenue West encroachment appeal. I'm going to hold that down for Councillor Pasternak. Keele, NY 25.16, Keele Street and Whitburn, Crescent, Downsview Park Boulevard. Also holding that down for Councillor Pasternak. NY 25.17, Stanley Green Subdivision Block G, compulsory stop controls, also holding that down for Councillor Pasternak. NY 25.18, yes, NY 25.17. NY 25.18, 151 Billy Bishop Avenue, 4588 Bathurst Street. I'm going to hold that for Councillor Pasternak. 25.19 Glengrove Avenue, parking amendment.
I'll move approval.
Move approval. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.20 Zachary Court parking amendments.
Move approval.
Moving approval. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. 25.21 Hamlet Gate parking amendment.
I'd like to move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. 25 St. Denis Drive, construction staging area, 25.23.
Move staff recommendations, although I think there's an amendment.
Is there amendment that needs to be moved? No, there's no amendment.
They gave me something. We'll hold it down.
Hold it down?
I'll talk to transportation.
Okay.
Did we do Embla?
NY 25.24, 211 Consumers Road, designation of fire routes.
Yeah, that was 23. I think, did we skip 22 Embla Street?
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my page skipped. So NY 25.22, Embla Street accessible parking space. Accessible parking space on Embla Street.
Staff approval, Councillor Burnside?
Councillor Burnside, would you like to move staff recommendations? Sure. Yes. All those in favor, Embla Street, accessible parking. Okay, we're back in order. NY 25.24, 211 Consumers Road, designation of fire route.
Yeah, I'll move staff recommendations.
Moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.25, 113, 115, 117 McMahon Drive, designation of fire route. Councillor Carroll. Move staff recommendations. All
Sorry,
those
staff
in favor?
recommendations at long last.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.26, dedicate lands at public highway to form part of Esther Shiner Boulevard. Counselor Carroll.
Yes, move staff recommendations, and now this road is enforceable.
Yay.
Just putting people on notice.
Okay, so we're moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. 25.27, Bayview Mews Lane.
Yes, staff have prepared a motion for me. I'd like to defer this one for a cycle.
Okay.
For a month. There's some work to be done between the parties.
So Counselor Carroll is moving deferral until September 17th, 2025. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.28, Helen Lou Road, speed limit reduction. Counselor Carroll.
Remembering Helen Lou Road, yes, recommend staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. NY 25.29, construction stationary area extension of Harlandale Avenue. I have a few questions, so I'm going to hold that one down. NY 25, oh, so now I'm adding to the agenda here, so we have to move to add to the agenda. No. Ah, okay. This has been referred from City Council. NY 25.30, parking restrictions referred, and so we will hold that down because it is Councillor Pasternak's ward. And sorry. Okay, so NY 25.31, we need to add this to the agenda, renaming of Balmoral Park to Michael Motson Park. So we're moving to
yeah.
add.
Yeah, I'll
Councillor
move
Carroll?
the addition to the agenda and then hold for Councillor Pasternak.
Right. We're moving to add to the agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And the last item, NY 25.32, Van Horne Avenue and Silas Hill Drive, all-way stop control. Counselor Carroll?
Move addition to the agenda.
Moving to add to the
I'd
agenda.
love to also
All those
quickly
in
move it if
favor?
people are interested.
Shall we move the staff recommendations?
Yeah, this motion, just very quickly, it's basic traffic at a stop control. You'll see there isn't a staff report, but there have been multiple staff visits. This is the result of working with the school and the staff. And their recommendation was that we move it quickly so that they might be able to install it before the school year begins.
Great. All those in favor? That is moved. Okay, we're going back to the top of the agenda. We're holding all of Councillor Pasternak's items. So, number one is one? Okay, great. So we're going to start with NY 25.1. And we have speakers. This is 369 Soudan Avenue, application for fence exemption. So the first speaker we would like to welcome, and you have 3 minutes, just a reminder, Maurizio Rogato from Blackthorn Development Corps.
Good morning, Madam Chair. As mentioned, my name is Maurizio Rogato of Blackthorn Development Corp. I'm a registered professional land use planner in Ontario. I want to start by thanking members of committee for indulging my presence this morning, and I'll stick to the 3 minutes as you've got a really full agenda. What you have before you, as announced by the chairperson, is an exemption request to allow our clients' existing cedar hedge to remain at a height of approximately 1.85 meters, of which our client has agreed to maintain at that height. The exemption is pertaining to a fence bylaw violation at 369 Soudan Avenue, and I would respectfully pose to committee that if there ever was consideration for an exemption, this fits the bill or is a perfect example for granting. I'll start also by saying that Soudan Avenue is one of our great neighborhood streets in the city. And this is a really unique situation in that the public right-of-way starts about 3.85 meters up. So the lot line, the street line and the lot line are about 3.85 meters up. And our client, to support the exemption, has retained a professional traffic engineer who's conducted a sightline analysis And the sightline analysis area is about 2.55 meters. That analysis has confirmed that there are no sightline issues. In fact, the cedar in that location is trimmed below the recommended height. It's at 0.85 meters of height, which again is below the 1.08 meters, and traffic staff have cleared that violation because we brought it into conformity. So the cedar hedge, in essence, if it is permitted to remain, would cause no sight lining issues, no safety issues whatsoever, while providing our client adequate privacy between the neighbors. We've also had the opportunity to read the several letters of objection, and it's sort of interesting because a lot of dwellings along Soudan, and I would pose to you perhaps even the majority, are in breach of the fence bylaw with natural hedging and plantings exceeding the locations and the heights prescribed by the bylaw. So rather unique situation. However, our client has taken the necessary steps before this committee to provide a bona fide exemption request supported by empirical evidence, including a traffic sightline analysis. We've also filed with you a response letter from our arborist simply noting that the cedar hedge could only go to a certain extent. And regardless of that, as mentioned, our client is willing to maintain that hedge at about 1.85 meters. So in closing, I would like to say to committee that this is a valid request for an exemption, allowing the natural hedge to provide our client the privacy while posing no impacts whatsoever in terms of safety, visibility, as demonstrated by the traffic's report, and of course, your own department's withdrawal of traffic violation.
Please wrap it up. Your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you.
And I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions of the deputant? Seeing, oh yes, there is a question. Councillor Chernos Lynn.
Thank you. I just wonder if you ever engaged the neighbors, the direct neighbors, to ever discuss with them before this was put in?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Myself, I have not directly, but I can attest to you that our clients or the owners of 369 Soudan have several times engaged the neighbors. Unfortunately, those communications have not gone well. There are other matters that are not related to the edge or the exemption request before you this evening that have mainly driven, I think, respectfully, the objections before you today. At one point, even the Toronto police was involved. So it's not a very, it's an unfortunate situation in terms of neighborly relations. And that may also probably answer the question as to why complaints were filed, because again, as I've posed to the committee, if you look at Soudan, a beautiful street, there are several dwellings, if not the majority, in breach of the fence.
My question was really whether you engage them. And are you the, I maybe missed this at the beginning, but are you the developer that built this building with the clients?
Through you, Madam Chairperson, no. I'm a registered professional land use planner that our clients retained to advance the exemption request before you today.
Okay, thank you.
Are those all your questions?
A question.
Okay, another question from Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be really quick. I don't think it's the height's the issue. I think it's the proximity of that the hedge as it is to the sidewalk. So how far, it's within the 2.4 meters of the edge of the sidewalk. How close is it actually?
So as mentioned, the front lot line starts at about 3.85 meters up. So that's the public right of way. Then you've got your hedge commencing within the private lands.
Sorry, that's not what I asked. I asked how far is it from the edge of the sidewalk? The sidewalk edge closest to the homeowner, how far is the hedge from that sidewalk? Because I think it's a sightline issue when you're backing out of your driveway and the pedestrians on the sidewalk. It's not the cars on the road, it's pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Yes, Councillor, that was evaluated as well through the sightline, and your traffic division has cleared that off. So there are no sightlining issues, whether for motor vehicles or pedestrians. And the hedge within that sightline area, the 2.55 meter area, has been brought down below the recommended height at 0.85 meters, as opposed to 1.08 meters.
Okay, let me try one more time. So I wasn't talking about the height. Because once the height is above the sight line of someone in a car, it can be 20 feet high. That doesn't matter. That, at least to me, it's the proximity of the cedar hedge to the edge of the sidewalk closest to the property. How far is that?
It's 0.65 meters from the edge of the sidewalk. And the sightline analysis didn't just under.
So 2 feet.
Yeah.
2 feet? Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we will call our next deputant, Cody Gilonardo, also from Blackthorn Development Corps. Cody's online? Okay. Cody, you have 3 minutes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate your announcing. I would like to rescind my opportunity to speak as my colleague Maurizio Legato has addressed the issue at hand. I was registered mayor to speak as a fail-safe in case of technical issues.
I'm sorry, Cody, your audio is coming through. It sounds like a phaser. It's very hard to understand what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Try again, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Sorry. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to rescind my opportunity to speak as my colleague Maurizio Legato has addressed all issues. I merely registered to speak as a fail-safe against any technical issues that my colleague may run into at the time.
I'm sorry, I'm still unable to make your words. They're all kind of melting together. Oh, you don't want to speak. Okay, thank you. We're good. We're going to move on now. Thank you, Cody.
Yeah.
Next speaker, Ken Edwards. Are you here in person or online? He's here. Okay, Ken Edwards. Yeah. Good morning, Ken. Thank you for coming. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. As you know, my name is Ken Edwards. I'm the adjacent neighbor to the west. The hedge in question follows our east lot line, and I'm here to oppose the motion to accept this exemption. There's several reasons for that. The first one is that as a retired engineer, I've always in my practice followed the rules, and there's all kinds of ability to make good decisions within the structure of the bylaws and the codes that the government requires. In this case, the hedge was planted at 7 feet high, more or less, 6'6" to 7 feet, and without any consideration for the fence bylaw or the bylaw 743, which was the hedge on public property. I think if they had done proper analysis of the rules before they started, they could have put in a 4-foot hedge, a very nice 4-foot hedge, and such a hedge we would accept quite happily, but it didn't happen. So that's my first objection, is that they ignored the rules, either because they didn't know or because they chose to take a chance. The second thing is, philosophically, as we've been told, Soudan is a very nice street. It's mostly quite open. Many people have lawns. A few of us, including our front lawn, has been torn up and put into hedges and low bushes and a birch tree. But it's not a dense hedge. It's not a wall that we have on our property. You can see right through it. So we can sit on our front porch and see the cars go by right through the, how to put it, the vegetation in ours. We've lost half of our sight lines because of this hedge. And that's one of our main objections. Now, with regard to conversations with them about the hedge, the question was asked. There was no conversation. A truckload of cedars showed up one day and planted them, and that was that. So I'm running out of time. I'm now going to stop speaking, and we hope that you will take into consideration that a 4-foot hedge would be a very nice addition to the street. A 7-foot hedge, which is going to grow even further, is not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any questions of the deputant? Yes, there is. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
So, Ken, thank you for your presentation. So your sense is this limits your sight line and the enjoyment of your property. It has impacted that, having this at this height?
That's it. A 4-foot hedge, if I stand on my front porch or in the garden or driveway in front of my house, a 4-foot hedge I could see across and see neighbors coming and basically enjoy life on both sides of my property. The way it is now, there's nothing to the east except a green wall.
Okay. And in terms of the, like, if the current vegetation that's there were just trimmed to 4 feet, that would be an acceptable resolution to you?
That would be an acceptable resolution. It will be within the bylaw 447 at that point, and that will be acceptable. We were not going to ask for anything more restrictive than what's already on the books.
And then as the fence as the hedge comes down where it gets closer to the street, where it's required to be 0.8, maintaining that.
Oh, well.
Like, you're not looking for 4 feet all the way across. You're looking for it to be
Well,
4. I just want to make sure I understand what resolution looks like to you.
The first 9 feet back from the sidewalk is under bylaw 743, and it's required to be 1 meter or less from the adjoining driveway, and it can stay. We find that the bylaws really don't agree with each other with regard to the structure of the hedge, but that's for the council to work on, not us. So yes, the hedge on public property has been, in April, was reduced to the appropriate height.
Okay, and have you ever discussed this height, like a resolution with your neighbors?
We have not really spoken to the neighbors since the hedge went in. We were given a very angry response by the father-in-law of the owner there, and we decided that we should just leave it alone and let council do whatever they have to do. If the exemption is granted, we will accept that without any further ado.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Any other questions for the deputant? Nope, seeing none. Thank you,
Thank
Ken. And next we have, sorry, my list here, Mara Canal. Is Mara Canal here, or there she is? Okay, Mara is going to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take a whole 3 minutes. My name is Mara Canal. I live immediately to the east of the property. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do not support the fence exemption request. The cedars are already too tall and too dense, and they're only going to get more tall and more dense. I too, along with my husband, were not consulted. Contrary to the earlier speaker, were not consulted before the planting. The row of cedars does negatively affect my view, again, contrary to some of the earlier comments, from my front porch in a significant way, and in a way that I do not enjoy. I expect my neighbors to abide by the bylaw, just as I am also expected to abide. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Are there any questions of the deputant? Yes. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I want to ask a question. The previous applicant, Ken said, Soudan is a lovely street. And what strikes me about this is that it just also, this fence makes this one property look radically different from the rest of the street. I'm a big fan of keeping the front yard lines. And in most cases, there are mature single trees in yards, but they're not all fenced right to the city's easement. And so could you live, the tall hedges that are further back, could you live with those if the short hedges were just gone? You'd have the front yard line of the whole street restored, and the setback cedars that appear to be 6 feet, well, they could even grow to 7 feet by the time it was spring trimming time, wouldn't be an issue then. You'd have the uniform front lawns across Soudan. Could you live with the taller ones if the shorter ones were just not there?
That's an interesting question. You know, I'm not sure I understand. Are you asking me that if the taller ones closer to the home remained?
Well, that we have the suggestion to require that they be cut down to 4 feet.
Right. Oh, yes.
At that point, in my view, the whole thing looks comical at that point, because you've got the 7-foot ones and then this odd 4 foot and a constant bone of contention, because is it staying at the 4 foot height, and who's going to enforce that, and
Right,
so on
exactly.
and so forth. So if you looked at that short section and just said, let's take that out, then the front yard line all along this side of Soudan is restored, and your tall hedges that are set back closer to your property, do whatever.
I mean, I'd have to think about that. I just, you know, it's, for me, it's just plain and simple. I ask that the bylaw be respected.
Yeah.
And all the bylaws be respected, you know. It would have been nice to have been consulted, and then we don't have to take the day off work to be here to talk about this. Maybe it could have been resolved from the start.
Right.
And that's what I asked. That is my ask. And
Thank
you know, I mean, if we all asked for an exemption to have a big row of cedars in front of our home, we'd all be looking at tunnels in front of everyone's
Right.
home.
That's
you
what
know,
I'm trying to
so,
avoid. Yeah.
That's pretty much the end of my commentary.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
helpful.
There's another speaker. I've spoken on behalf of my
Yes.
husband as well, so we can move along to the next speaker.
So
if there's another one.
Joseph Calvieri, is that your husband?
Yes.
And he does not need to speak.
Our comments are combined.
Right.
Thank you. Save some time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all good. Those are all our speakers, so we're going to come to council now. Questions of staff. Councillor Chairness Lynn?
Thank you. I have some questions of staff. Thank you. So, like, I'm gathering from this there's a few different bylaws at play, because there's a transportation bylaw that's closer to the street that requires it to be 0.8. Then it goes up as you go further back, different bylaw. But the bylaw speaks, can you just parse out, the bylaw speaks to two different things as I understand it. One is height, and one is sort of like visibility through it. And just with respect to the suggestion that's been made with cutting it down to 4 feet, that would get it essentially in compliance with the height, but not necessarily with the visibility, because it isn't like a porous, breezy kind of, it's more of like a solid hedge, I guess I would say. Is that correct? Can you parse that out a little bit?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, thank you. Yeah, so there are two components to Chapter 447, and it is height down to 1.2 meters, specifically, approximately 4 feet, and then the sightline subject is what the bylaw speaks to as chain link equivalent, so as to be see-through. I just want to point out kind of a third point is that the other bylaw, 743 Streets and Sidewalk bylaw, is in relation to the 3.3 meters approximately from the sidewalk into the property where they park. And this fence exemption application is not subject to that area, to that bylaw. It's from that 3.35 meter mark where the property line is in towards the house, that chapter 447 is relevant. And that's what they're seeking the exemption on. And it is, yeah, those two components, the visibility through, chain link equivalent, and the height of 1.2 meters.
Okay, so if we were to suggest having this trimmed to a 4-foot height, it would still be, it would be a compromise in that sense, right? Because and it would still require an exemption because it doesn't achieve that chain link visibility, but it would be somewhat of a middle ground to satisfy both components, I guess.
Through the chair, yes, I would agree. I think that they made the suggestion of 1.8, but yes, the height requirement is 1.2.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me.
Okay, Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. So if we allowed whatever height, how do we ensure that that height is maintained? I stumped you. Yeah. So, okay, let me articulate it a different way. I guess the answer is we can't. And it's on the property line. There's the individual that wants to put in the hedge, and there's the individual who doesn't want the hedge in. Would the individual who doesn't want the hedge put in be within their rights to make sure, let's say we agreed on 4 feet, it doesn't matter the number, they'd have the ability and the legal right to actually cut that hedge? Yes or no?
Through the chair, no, it would be on the private property of the...
Oh, okay. So then they wouldn't have the right to. So then they'd be calling you.
Oh, sorry.
And
I apologize, through the chair.
it's okay.
There are approximately 3 or 4 cedars that were planted on city property, and then continuing that cedar row, there are about 6 cedar hedges that are subject of this fence exemption, and it's those 6 that you're referring to?
Sure. I mean, I'm
Those
actually
are-
just kind of referring to the whole thing, or, let's go with the city ones.
Yeah.
On our right of way, who has the right to cut them? I know we do, but we don't even do our own trees, so I don't think we're going out.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't have the answer to that, sir.
tough audience. Sorry, I missed the answer. Do we know?
Responsibility, we do have proof that the property owners planted them, so they would, as well as
But
the
would
city.
this is probably transportation, would the homeowner adjacent, because it's city property, it's not this individual's property, would they, knowing that it's 4 feet, 3 feet, whatever that limit is, would they have the right to cut it, to maintain it, to make sure that it's maintained? Okay. I think the answer,
Is there a representative from Transportation Services right-of-way here who could comment?
come on down.
Excuse me, Community Council, if I may have a chance to speak.
Hey, Mark.
Sure, go ahead.
Through the chair, and thank you, Community Council, for having me today. In answer to your question, the property owner on the adjacent side would not have the right to go onto private property and trim it. This would all be done through either Transportation Services right of way through a 311 complaint, or this would be done through a 311 complaint to Municipal Licensing and Standards. When the officer went out, they would obviously have to take measurements. If the portion on the city property was in violation, we would refer that out to Transportation Services. If it was the private portion of the driveway, then we would measure the tree, depending on which council's decision is, whether to adopt the fence exemption at 1.85 meters or to refuse the fence exemption and have the homeowner bring it to the allowable 1.2 meters. That would be on Municipal Licensing and Standards to investigate when we came out, take measurements, and issue the appropriate notice of violation to the private property owner.
Thank you. That was an excellent answer, but it's sounds like we're setting ourselves up for disaster. Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I'll speak before the local councillor, because the local councillor is going to have to make the decision. And some very reasonable neighbors have come here, Mr. Chair. You missed a couple of deputations where neighbors said, we just want it to adhere to the bylaw. We need it to be lowered to the height that meets the bylaw and gives us back our car sight lines, et cetera. But I'm mindful of the questions Councillor Burnside asked about the future, because that's what we're talking about. How do we maintain that height? And I'm just going to say, if I were you, because what we'll do procedurally is probably different than the if I were you. And I'm just going to say to the neighbor, do you want to have a bone of contention with your neighbors in perpetuity, which is monitoring the height of the hedge and then having another issue and then someone calls 311? Or do you just want to fit into to knit this lovely new home and your vegetation into the neighborhood in a way that everyone can live with? I would suggest, if I were in this situation, I would, rather than trim those to 4 feet, I would remove them. Restore the front yard line that planning guidelines seek to maintain over the years by just removing that hedge and re-landscaping that area. And then you can leave the tall parts at the back, and they make sense because they're all tall. You won't have neighbors every day when they turn onto the street looking down the road and going, oh, there's that hedge that everybody fought about. That's why the first part is short. Just take away the reminder of that conflict by taking away the first 4 plantings and have your lovely tall hedge where the 6 feet, 2 meter bylaw kicks in, and you have a peaceful neighborhood. But, well, whatever it is, whatever is the tall part, he's not having a problem with the tall part. And I'm saying if there was just the tall part, that would be a shorter trim. You would just have to maintain the tall height. The short thing is always going to look odd because it's in the front yard line. I would just remove those first 4 plantings. That's the if I were you advice. The local councillor can do what is the procedural compromise that the neighbors have suggested, but I don't think that's going to bring you peace for the next 20, 25 years. And if that's your goal, I would really think that through as the owner.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I'd like to move the compromise suggested by the next door neighbor, which is to move, I have to maybe get wording on this, but to move that they be required to keep it at 4 feet, which is still an exemption, as I understand it, because it doesn't achieve the viscosity, I guess, or the chain link appearance of being able to be see-through, but it does meet the height requirement.
Okay.
But it's still an exemption.
Okay, so you're moving a motion to provide a hybrid solution.
Yes. Perhaps we can table it and then move on to the next item while we work on wording and then come back.
All right, so
just to save time, that would be my suggestion to you.
Fair enough. So why don't we hold the item down while we prepare Councillor Chernos-Lynn's motion, and then we will come back to it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we're going to go to item 2 of 25.2, 47 Stadacona Drive, and a series of addresses on Richelieu. I have one speaker on the item, a Simon Yee. Online. Mr. Yee, are you the property owner's representative?
Hey, good morning. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So my name is Simon Yee. I'm a land use planner at Arcadis here on behalf of the owner. Oh, wait 1 second. I'll turn on my video. Sorry about that. There you go. All right, I'll make this very brief, given the packed agenda we have today. And I just wanted to say that we are in full support of the planning staff recommendations and their reports to council to approve the applications for zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition. Really briefly, the application seeks to facilitate the demolition of 5 single detached dwelling units with 11 existing rental units to build a 12-story mixed-use purpose-built rental building with 190 units and 550 square meters of retail at grade. In addition, the 11 existing rental units will be replaced with 13 replacement units that will in total exceed the existing GFA required for replacement. Plus, it will have 7 of the replacement units to be considered affordable. So I really want to thank city staff for working collaboratively with us on these 2 files over the last few years and getting them to this point. There's been thorough staff reviews and some revisions of the proposal to ensure it satisfies all technical staff comments received. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with staff in the next site plan control stage as we move closer to delivering more much needed rental housing to this neighborhood of North York. I'm here to respond to any questions or comments from Community Council. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Any questions for staff? I have a couple. I see this as sort of a benign application with an odd 12-story embedded at the south part of a neighborhood. There was talk about buying up some rental or some bungalows nearby to create park, and I see how we've moved to a Section 42 cash in lieu. Is that correct on this?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm trying to dig for some affordable options, but I don't see them. Other than the rental replacement, I don't see any affordable options. Is that?
That's correct. At this point, we would do a cash contribution for the community benefits charge.
And the community space, is that through a public access agreement where the wider community will be able to use that space, or is that just for owners?
Are you to you, the chair, are you referring to the 3-meter easement on the east side of the property?
The 550 square meters of commercial.
Oh, that is planned as retail space.
That's your retail. How much was allocated for community space?
We're planning on securing a 3-meter easement that will function as a POPS on the east side of the property.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So, look, this is kind of an odd application in the sense that it sits sort of at the southern end of a looping street south of Wilson Avenue. It's 12 stories. I don't even recall ever meeting really with the property owners. We did have a community meeting, I believe it was online, in March of 2023. I think this is probably the best we could get through this application. We thought we were going to get maybe 1 or 2 bungalows along the street bought up and turned into parkland, but it looks like it's a cash in lieu. So I'm going to move the staff recommendations. There's a supplementary report as well. Okay, here are the supplementary recommendations. We'll put them on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item is amended. Favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, we're on to a similar item, a demolition application for the same property, 25.3, 47 Stadacona. Simon Yee, you can come back for an encore if you'd like to speak again.
Hi, sorry. No, it's not needed. I think I've already said enough. Thank you very much.
No, yeah, that's right. Your comments were very moving the first time around, but you do have another opportunity. Okay, well, thank you for sticking with the meeting. Any questions for staff on this demolition application? Any speakers? No? Okay, put the motion on the screen. 25.3, 47 Stadacona, and series of addresses on Richelieu. Rental housing demolition application decision report. Oh. I'm sorry, there's just a technical problem we have to fix. Testing, testing. Okay, we have sound again, and we're gonna wrap up with item 3. Wrap up item 3, 25.3, 47 Stadacona, series of addresses on Richelieu, rental demolition, housing demolition application. Staff recommendations are before you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'd like to quickly release 3 items that were held in my absence. I'm going to go to them in case staff are waiting around to answer questions. I'll consider them quick releases unless anyone else wants to hold them. Items 16, 17, and 18. And I'm going to move staff recommendations on all 3. Number 16, Keele and Whitburn, Downsview Park Boulevard, traffic control signal modifications. Any questions for staff? Anyone to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 17, Stanley Green Subdivision Block G, compulsory stop controls, a series of recommended all-way stops. Any questions for staff? Anyone to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 18, 151 Billy Bishop Way, 455-88 Bathurst Street, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes. Any questions for staff? Anyone to speak? I'll move staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. $25. I'll hold it for now. Take a look. Okay, we're now 25.5. Sorry, 25.4. Okay, 123 Garratt Boulevard, Taxiway West, zoning bylaw amendment, decision report. We have a number of deputations on the item. Just a reminder to all the deputants, you can only speak to the item before us, not other issues across the city or related to various developments in other wards. And of course, we're limited to 3 minutes. Peter Malagovsky. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, dear members of the North York Community Council. My name is Peter Malagovsky, and I'm here on behalf of Northcrest Developments as the Vice President of Development to firmly express our support for the Taxiway West District development applications. This submission marks the first district of development within the Downsview Secondary Plan area to come forward for approval and signals the beginning of a decades-long effort to deliver lasting civic, economic, and social value to the City of Toronto, and in particular to North York. The Taxiway West District is designed as an employment-focused neighborhood that reclaims the site's long-standing role as a center of innovation and industry. For nearly a century, this was a place of work and production. This application reintroduces that purpose with new opportunities for enterprise, institutional uses, and jobs. The plan will support approximately 7,500 future jobs and a dynamic mix of employers, creating the foundation for a new economic hub in the north end of the city. The district also responds to urgent housing needs in Toronto. The application will deliver nearly 3,000 new units with a minimum of 10% secured as affordable housing. These homes will be supported by amenities that promote community well-being, including childcare, community space, commercial spaces, and parks and open space. Park space and civic infrastructure are essential to the vision for the Taxiway West District. The application includes 3 new public parks totaling 3.5 acres, 2 acres of greenways, and 2 new publicly accessible plazas that support ecological resilience and everyday recreation. The application also proposes development of a landscape pedestrian bridge connecting the district to the 290-acre Downsview Park to the west. From the outset, this project has been shaped by people. We have engaged thousands of residents, employers, union leaders, Indigenous partners, and local organizations. That input has helped inform every element of the district, from land use and infrastructure to community priorities and benefits. The result is a plan that reflects what we have heard, a desire for inclusive housing, accessible employment, and vibrant, well-connected public spaces. The Taxiway West District is our first step, and we have approached it with care. By building within the existing Bombardier footprint, we are able to minimize disruption and begin delivering quickly and thoughtfully. This district plan is also Northcrest's first formal response to city-endorsed Downsview Community Development Plan. We have already seized early opportunities to implement several actions of the CDP, including holding a series of free events, investing in local artists and small businesses, opening up the YZD Experience Center, and providing funds and scholarships that prioritize Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving individuals and groups. As part of this first district, Northcrest is advancing a community benefit plan focused on community benefit hiring and social procurement related to the construction of this district, a first of its kind for a private developer.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. 3 minutes goes very fast.
It goes quick.
Any questions for the deputies? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
G. Lynn Ferguson, the REMA Foundation. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Gordie Lynn Ferguson, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director for the REMA Foundation Canada. I come before you today not just as a representative of the organization, but as a voice for communities we serve every day, from seniors seeking care to newcomers building their first connections to young people searching for opportunity and belonging. In all of this work, one thing has become abundantly clear. We cannot do this work alone. True community change requires genuine collaboration, and over the past 5 years, we've experienced that kind of partnership with Northcrest Developments. From our earliest conversations, Northcrest showed up differently. They didn't lead with a master plan or a polished presentation. They led with questions. They asked, what do you need? What do you dream of for this neighborhood? And how can we walk alongside you? That tone of humility and shared purpose has carried through every phase of our relationship. I remember a particular moment in the middle of a youth leadership forum we co-hosted together in Downsview. A young man, let's call him Jordan, stood up and asked this question: what's going to happen to us when all this development starts? Will there be room for a kid like me? It was a bold question, and the room got quiet. But it was a member of the Northcrest team who responded, not defensively, but directly. We want you here, and we're building it with you in mind. That response led to some long conversations after the event, and ultimately new funding for youth for the summer. This is why we fully endorse Northcrest's application, not just because it includes thoughtfully designed public spaces or promises new infrastructure, or even because it's economically potential. We endorse this because it already has seen the roots of trust take hold. They're not only building with plans, but they're building with relationship. To the members of this council, this is a rare opportunity to support a project that not only has done the planning work, but has done the relationship work. And that matters because we all know buildings don't build community, people do. With your approval, this district, we can ensure that the people of Downsview, those who've lived there, worked there, and contributed to the generations, continue to have a seat at the table and a place for the future that belongs to us all. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the work you do in stirring this city.
Great, thank you very much for your comments, and congratulations on the great work that REMA is doing in Toronto and Downsview.
Thanks, Councillor
Thanks for your
Pasternak.
comments. Any questions for the deputies? No? Okay, thank you very again. Jonathan Okabe? Jonathan Okabe? Mohammed Al-Salam? Mohammed Al-Salam? Lori Beezer? Oh, I found someone. Great, thank you. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the North York Council. My name is Lori Beezer, and I'm writing on behalf of Northcrest Development, where I serve as the new YZD Farmers Market Manager. My journey with Northcrest started after being recognized by the Northcrest team for my work in the Little Jamaica neighborhood of York Eglinton. My work welcomed the Afro-Caribbean Farmers Market, the Toronto Patty Festival, the world's first Jamaican Beef Patty Festival, and the Toronto Pan-African Film Festival. All animations are currently rooted and anchored in culture for community. From the start, Northcrest has shown a clear interest in working alongside local organizers and curators of space like myself, by understanding how their efforts can complement the work already happening in the community. For example, this past February, during Black History Month, my film festival helped showcase storytelling at the Aga Khan Museum. The public enjoyed an evening of free community programming, and although the film festival wasn't charged for use of space, we wanted to respect our Black artists and offer them a special honorarium for their time. My relationship with the Northcrest team and their commitment to community well-being afforded me the opportunity to ask for sponsorship support. With support from Northcrest, we were able to honor our storytellers. My experience with the Northcrest team has been invaluable. They approach partnerships with humility. My conversations are met with genuine care, and if there are concerns, it's resolved with dignity and not made to feel transactional. I support the application for the Hangar District because I've seen firsthand Northcrest's positive work culture. They support day-to-day efforts of local organizations. They help create space and capacity where it's needed most. They bring resources, but most importantly, they bring intentionality and consistency. The Hangar District reflects how I know it's possible when development is community-informed and guided by shared values. I look forward to the benefits this plan will bring, including new community spaces, accessible housing, and culturally centered space for programming that supports community joy. This work has already created opportunities for connection and collaboration.
You're at 3 minutes, if you could just
Thank
wrap
you
up.
for your opportunity to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. I understand we might have Mohammed Al-Salam on the line now? Okay. Joe Williams? Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Dear members of the North York Community Council, my name is Joe Williams, and I'm writing on behalf of Oaks Revitalization Association, where I'm managing director. Our organization helps individuals from marginalized communities, especially those impacted by the justice system. We build stable middle-class lives through mentoring, skilled trades training, and meaningful employment opportunities across Ontario. We have engaged with Northcrest Development over the past 2 years through their community engagement and collaborative planning on community benefits. From the start, Northcrest has shown a clear interest in working alongside local organizations and understanding how their efforts are complemented and the work that's already being done in the community. Our experience with Northcrest has been shaped by openness and mutual respect. Their team make time to listen, to learn, and to understand the needs and values of organizations like ours. Their partnership with humility and care. When we have shared our concerns and aspirations, those conversations have not been met and have not felt like they have been transactional. They have felt like part of a larger effort to build trust, strengthen the foundations of the area. We support this application for the Taxiway West District because we have experienced how Northwest works behind the scenes and on the ground. They don't just show up for major announcements. They support the day-to-day efforts of local organizations that they help to create space capacity where it is needed the most. They bring resources, but more importantly, they bring intentionality and consistency. The Taxiway West District Community Benefits Plan reflects what we believe is possible when development is community-informed and guided by shared values. We're looking forward to the benefits that the plan can bring, including more opportunity for youth employment through career-focused training and job placement programs, alongside dedicated spaces that deliver vital community services. Everything from mentorship and mental health supports to the skills development and social programming. The targets set in this plan for hiring and procurement represent industry best practices used by Toronto Community Housing Corporation on its projects. In addition, by organizing initiatives such as Waterforce Development Forum, which brought various agencies and non-profits together, Northwest demonstrates the desire to build a community benefits plan with the community at its core. This work has already created opportunities for connections and collaborations.
You could wrap up. You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll once again try Mohammed El Salam.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Thank you for
My name
joining
is
us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed El Salam. I'm the founder of Play Forever, where I serve as the executive director and founder. We're a charity organization that focuses on youth development, senior wellness, and community empowerment. We deliver free and accessible programs in underserved communities that support mental health, education, digital literacy, physical activity, and social connection across the GTA. We've been engaged with Northcrest developments over the past year through community events, program delivery, and consultation. And from the start, Northcrest has shown a clear interest in working alongside local organizations and understanding how their efforts can complement the work that already is happening in the community. Our experience with Northcrest has been shaped by openness and mutual respect. Their team makes time to listen, to learn, and to understand the needs and values of organizations like ours. They approach partnerships with humility and care. And when we have shared concerns or aspirations through our membership on the Downsview Community Resource Group, those conversations have not felt transactional. They have felt like a part of a larger effort to build trust and strengthen the foundation of the area. We support the application for the Hangar District because we have seen how Northcrest works behind the scenes and on the ground. They don't show up for major announcements. They support the day-to-day efforts of local organizations. They help create space and capacity where it is needed most. They bring resources, and more importantly, they bring intentionality and consistency. The Hangar District reflects what we believe is possible when development is community-informed and guided by shared values. We are particularly excited about the potential for this plan to bring new community spaces, opportunities for youth employment, accessible housing, and space for programs and services, all of which align directly with our mission and the needs of the people that we have been serving. This work has already created opportunities for connection and collaboration. With the approval of this application, we believe even more doors can open. It will provide a platform for continued partnership, stronger infrastructure for community work, and a chance to make North York a place where more people can thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and share.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Dylan Shively?
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Before I begin, actually, I just want to say I believe the speaker, Jonathan Okube, is back in the chamber. He was called earlier. My name is Dylan Shvili. I am a resident in the Downsview area. I've been a resident for over 10 years. and I've been involved in Northcrest Development's engagement process since the beginning of 2025. I first participated through the Downsview Community Research Group, and since then I've continued to stay informed and involved whenever possible. The process has felt open and welcoming. I always felt encouraged to take part and to share my thoughts. Throughout this time, Northcrest has made an effort to communicate clearly and listen carefully. When I asked questions or shared ideas, I felt heard. The conversations have felt genuine and grounded in real community interests. As someone who lives in the neighborhood, I have also seen how Northcrest contributes to local life. They've hosted many events and activities that have brought people and the community together. I've enjoyed their winter skating as well as some of their support for local artworks. And I've seen how these efforts have brought energy and creativity to the area. I support the application for the hangar district. The plan reflects the ideas the people have shared and the time taken to understand the community we're in. I'm looking forward to seeing how new parks and green spaces, as well as public spaces. For me, this plan speaks to what's needed as part of our city, and I'd like to see more access to parks nearby. The hangar district is the beginning of something important. It uses what is already on site and introduces what has been missing for years. I believe it will help bring new life and lasting benefit to North York. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. I believe Jonathan Okabe is now in the room. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Dear members of North York City Council, my name is Jonathan Okube, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Eritrean Community Network, also operating as New Nakfa, a grassroots organization supporting youth development, healthy living activities, newcomer services, and cultural arts across the GTA. Over the past 3 years, we've had the opportunity to build a meaningful relationship with Northcrest Developments through community engagement and collaborative planning. From the outset, Northcrest has demonstrated a genuine commitment to listening, learning, and partnering with local organizations like ourselves to ensure development efforts align with the needs and aspirations of the surrounding community. Our involvement in the CRG, Community Resource Group, has provided an additional platform to engage with Northcrest in a transparent and forward-looking way. The CRG has created a space where community voices are not only heard, but also actively shape the future of the Downsview site. We've been encouraged by the collaborative approach Northcrest has taken, marked by humility, consistency, and a clear intention to build long-term relationships grounded in trust and shared values. We are especially excited by the proposed community benefits plan, which reflects many of the priorities our organization and peers have advocated for over the years, from accessible and inclusive housing to enhanced transit to the creation of dedicated space for community programming and youth employment. This plan provides a framework that prioritizes equity, access, and local impact. We strongly support the application for the hangar district. We believe it lays the foundation for a development that is not only physically transformative, but also socially inclusive. The approval of this application would allow for deeper partnerships, stronger community infrastructure, and a more vibrant and connected North York. Thank you for this opportunity to express our support. We look forward to continuing our collaboration and helping to bring the future of the hangar district to life together.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you very much. William Briscoe, Mississauga of the Credit Business Corporation. Mr. Briscoe, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is William Briscoe. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of the Mississaugas of the Credit Business Corporation. I'd just like to acknowledge that we are within Treaty 13, signed by Mississaugas of the Credit and the Crown in 1805. I want to take reference to the support letter that we submitted on June 26, penned by myself and Warren Salt, our Chief Executive Officer. In that letter, I want to highlight 3 things that are quite important of the North Crest submission. We've heard a lot of comments today about their approach, but I have 3 things that I really want to highlight and underscore. The first is they took seriously their legal responsibility of recognizing treaty rights and the treaty right holder within their process. The second is the importance they've placed on early collaboration and to go beyond simple and mere acknowledgements to find a commitment and concrete actions which can address true economic reconciliation. And third is the value and the mutual benefits that this approach and the approach they took can achieve, not only for the treaty holder, themselves as the developer, the city, but most importantly, the community that it's going to serve well into the future. And I think that's reflective of the comments you're hearing today. Our simple request is that you recognize your approval today is not just the thoughtfulness that's gone into their comprehensive submission, but it actually acknowledges that the considerations of the treaty holder is the rights path to true economic reconciliation, and we support their efforts to date and look forward to it continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Iqbal Dar? Iqbal Dar? Philip Zygmunt?
Is the clock going to go back to 0?
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm a tenant in Toronto, and my rent is way too high. I'm here to speak about the Taxiway West District application. I will speak in opposition to it, and I urge council to reject the staff recommendation and PSP Investments' application. North Crest Developments has done a lot of work to build up their brand over the past few years, as we've heard today. But North Crest is a wholly owned subsidiary of PSP Investments, and as the staff report submitted to council today makes clear, this property is owned by PSP. PSP Investments also owns other properties in Toronto. They own the buildings at 71, 75, and 79 Thorncliffe Park Drive, for example. Tenants at those buildings went on rent strike in May 2023 in protest.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something, but the address we're talking about is on Garratt, 123 Garratt.
If you'd let me finish, apparently people speaking in support were given a lot more leeway. I heard a lovely story about an event at the Aga Khan Museum that you did not interrupt. I'm getting to the item.
Right, but they spoke about 123 Garratt.
Yeah, I'm getting, they spoke about their experiences with North Crest and gave a lot of background about their missions and their journeys, and it seems like you allowed that and didn't interrupt, but when people speak opposed to the item, they're given a lot less leeway.
No, just if you could focus on the application before us, it'd be appreciated.
If you don't interrupt, and I hope I will get additional time due to this interruption. As I was saying, tenants at these buildings went on rent strike in May 2023 in protest of above guideline rent increases being sought by PSP Investments, rent increases that tenants can't afford and which price people out of their homes. The city talks a lot about the housing crisis and about the need to take action to address the problem of rents that are simply too high. PSP Investments tries to present themselves and this very project as part of the solution to the crisis. But PSP Investments is part of the problem. They contribute to the housing crisis and drive up rents. One of the headlines from the staff report here is that of the 2,957 homes that will be part of this district, 10% will be affordable rentals. That's about 300 units. The 3 buildings in Thorncliffe Park are well over 900 units. Tenants in these buildings have been saying that their rents, which many were already struggling with, will be beyond their reach if PSP moves forward with their rent hikes. Approving this application in order to get 300 new units of affordable housing in Downsview, while PSP destroys many more in Thorncliffe Park, makes no sense. Another interesting number from the staff report is $10 million. This is apparently the amount that PSP has committed to community benefits, hiring, and procurement. One of the main issues in Thorncliffe Park is about $10 million of renovation work that PSP Investments is trying to pass on to working class tenants. So instead of viewing this $10 million as some gift from PSP Investments to the Downview community or the people of Toronto, as things currently stand, it's more appropriate to see this as PSP taking $10 million from low-income tenants in Thorncliffe Park and using it to generate community benefits in Downsview.
All right, you're a little over 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I believe the interruption took about 30 seconds, and you didn't interrupt other speakers, so if I could finish, that would be appreciated.
10 more seconds?
30 seconds, I believe.
Well, you're already at 3 minutes,
Yeah,
20
so
seconds.
your continued interruptions.
We run the meeting, not the deputies.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's odd that you only interrupted tenants,
You're,
people who speak.
you're
opposed
the
to
one
it.
using up your own time. You made your point. Any questions for the deputy? No? Okay, thank you very much. Philip Zigman?
Do I get another 3 minutes?
No. Graham McWaters? Okay. All right. Mr. McWaters?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to do it in 2.5. Dear members of the North York Community Council, thank you very much for having me on this meeting today. My name is Graham McWaters, and I'm speaking on behalf of Their Opportunity Minor Sports Corporation, where I serve as the founder and organizer of the Indigenous Hockey Equipment Drive. Our organization empowers youth across Canada through sports. As a main pillar of Their Opportunity, the Indigenous Hockey Equipment Drive works diligently to provide hockey equipment to Indigenous youth so they can have access to hockey. This initiative, we know, we're changing lives, and many of them have been in the Greater Toronto Area. Many of our hockey drives take place in the Greater Toronto Area, and we have done a hockey drive at Northcrest Development site YZD. We've been engaged with Northcrest Developments over the past 2 years through Indigenous-focused program support and collaborative partnership. From the start, Northcrest has shown a clear interest in working alongside charitable organizations and understanding how their efforts can complement the work already happening in the community. Our experience with Northcrest has been shaped by openness and mutual respect all the time. Their team makes time to listen, to learn, and to understand the needs and values of organizations like ours and First Nation communities we work with. We do also work with many of the organizations that are part of Treaty 13, which is not in my letter I gave to you, but I wanted to add that. When we have shared concerns or aspirations, those conversations have not felt transactional. They felt like part of a larger effort to build trust and strengthen the foundation of the area. To summarize, we support the application for the Hangar District because we have seen how Northcrest works with community partners like ours. That's so important. They help create space and capacity where it's needed most. They bring resources, but more importantly, they bring it intentionally and consistency. The Hangar District reflects what we believe is possible when development is community informed and guided by shared values. We look forward to the benefits this can bring, including Indigenous economic reconciliation, opportunities for youth, and accessible recreation spaces. One thing I have to add is, over the last 10 years, we've gathered over 5,500 hockey bags and distributed it to 70 Indigenous communities. And being able to work with Northcrest, we actually did a hockey drive right at their facility. That was shared with other Indigenous communities, so that's really good. This work has already been created opportunities for connection and collaboration. With the approval of this application, we believe more doors can open. It will provide a platform for continued partnership through stronger infrastructure for community work and a chance to make North York a place more people can thrive, where more people can thrive. Thank you so much, and I hope this opportunity is supported. And I just went after 3 minutes. Sorry, guys. I wanted to do it in 2.5.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Shawal Jat. Shawaljot. Alim Datu.
Good morning. My name is Alim Datu, and I'm a tenant at one of the buildings PSP Investment owns, 71, 75, and 79 Thorncliffe Park Drive. I'm here to strongly oppose their development applications. Since PSP took over our building, we have become unlivable. We have endured constant power outages, frequent water shutoffs, no heat in winter, flooded garages, elevators out of service for days. We have asked for repairs inside our units, and we were ignored. Many of us are long-time tenants who have lived here for decades. We deserve dignity and basic living conditions, but instead, we are treated like we don't matter. Why should the city reward PSP with more development when they have failed to maintain the homes they already own? PSP is driving people out of their homes by neglecting repairs and pushing above guideline rent increase. That's not how responsible landlords behave. The city says it won't solve the housing crisis, but this development will worsen it. PSP investment is contributing to the crisis, not fixing it. We are asking the city to take a stand. Do not approve this application. Do not reward this landlord's negligence. Do not enable displacement of tenants. We stand the residents of Thorncliffe Park who have built their lives here and who deserve safe, affordable, and livable homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
I just want to clarify from the delegate. You have been moving through the Landlord and Tenant Act with the province, correct?
Yes.
In legal proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you for your comments. Alim Datu? Daniel Girdler? Mr. Girdler, if you can unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Daniel Girdler, and I'm a secondary school teacher and coach at Downsview Secondary School, which is just around the corner from YZD. Our school has been working in partnership with North Crest Development for almost 3 years now. Our relationship with North Crest began when our students were invited to enjoy their hangar skate free programming event. Our students were not only provided with the opportunity to skate, they were provided with skates, helmets, hot chocolate, and snacks. The North Crest Community Engagement Team also set aside time during the school week for private field trips to their experience center, where our students learned about careers in urban planning. Students have enjoyed these visits, and many have returned with their friends and families for other events hosted by North Crest. Our school has remained informed and involved whenever possible. The process has been seamless and mutually beneficial because North Crest takes the time to communicate clearly and listen carefully. North Crest has made a special effort to listen to the feedback of our students and to incorporate that feedback into their plans. The discussions have felt genuine and grounded in the interests of our students, the future residents of YZD. As someone who works nearby, I have also seen how North Crest contributes to local life. They have hosted events and activities that brought people together. Our students have enjoyed Play on the Runway and their Bubble Planet exhibit. In conclusion, I support the application for the hangar district and encourage council to approve the application. The plan reflects the ideas our students have shared, and North Crest has taken the time to understand the priorities of our youth. We are looking forward to seeing new parks and programming for young people, new affordable housing units, and public space. For me, this plan speaks to what is needed in our part of the city, and I believe that North Crest wants to make the kinds of changes that make a neighborhood stronger. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support.
Great, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Alan Griffith? online. Mr. Griffith?
Hello, good morning.
Mr. Griffith?
Hi, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, having a few challenges there with the website. I just want to say good morning to everyone out there. I'm a teacher at Madonna Catholic Secondary School. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for providing us this opportunity. I just wanted to share a little bit about something happening in our community that has affected us in a positive manner. At Madonna, we care about helping our students succeed, not just in the class, but in life. This means getting involved in things that matter outside of school, especially right here in the Downsview area, so that so many of us live, learn, and grow. Over the past few years, we've been working with Northcrest Development, a group that's really invested in our neighborhood. They've helped support school trips, brought some awesome programming to our community, and included our voices in local planning events. What's made them stand out is how much they actually care about what our youth think and need. Every time we've met with them, they've been open, respectful, and ready to listen, not just to teachers or adults, but to students. I've actually had students go in and have consultations with them. I never felt like they were just checking a box. I always felt like they were trying to build something, a relationship with our schools and our communities and our students. And they're trying to make a difference in the community that we all share. We're excited to keep growing this connection and see how you all can continue to be part of shaping the future of Downsview. Just going to share a few experiences that my students have had. They brought us over to the YZD facilities for mini golf and skating. I run a BSA, a Black Student Alliance, and a lot of our students had never skated or played mini golf before. And so Northcrest supplied the helmets, skates, instructors, music, food, drinks, everything you would need for these students to try and learn and grow in those sports. Teacher training. They provided a space for our staff to learn how to use social media more effectively. So we had a one-day workshop at the YZD Experience Center, and our teachers were trained. And by learning how to connect on social media, we're able to engage our students in a better way. So we thank them for that. And then grade 9 orientation. They host us for a full day of games, activities, and bonding. It was a huge help in making the transition to high school less scary for a lot of our new grade 9s. So we appreciated that for them. We're excited to support the Hangar District project because we've seen firsthand how Northcrest shows up, not just for the big moments. And I've heard a few other people mention the same thing, but for the day-to-day stuff that really matters. They've been here for our schools, our teachers, and most importantly, our students. Whether it's helping run events, providing resources, or just listening to what our community needs, they're consistent, intentional, and genuinely care. The Hangar District is a big vision, and it actually reflects the kind of future we all want to see, one shaped by the community with shared values at the core. We're especially looking forward to what this could mean for students, future jobs, actually, not just future jobs, I want to say future careers, and new engaging spaces for youth, more affordable housing, which we know is a concern for Torontonians. I've been hearing other people talk about that, and rooms for programs to support all of us. Even now, as I wrap up, this work has helped build real connections and open doors. With the plan approved, we believe even more opportunities will become available.
You could wrap up.
Partnerships, stronger support systems, and a brighter, more inclusive future for everyone in Downsview. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Jesse Herkimer? Great. Jesse? Jesse?
Any?
Great. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jesse Herkimer. I am a counselor with Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I am joining you today in full support of Northcrest Development application for the Hangar District. These lands are within our treaty territory and ancestral homelands. As stewards of this land, we've been actively engaged in shaping the future of Downsview site. Our partnership with Northcrest has grown over several years, and it is rooted in respect, collaboration, and shared purpose. In 2023, we signed a formal memorandum of understanding with Northcrest, affirming our role as the host First Nation. Since then, we've worked together on a detailed plan that includes economic development, education, cultural expression, environmental stewardship, and more. Northcrest has followed through on its commitments and demonstrated what meaningful reconciliation and development can look like. The Hangar District application reflects our shared work and goals. It supports economic opportunities and cultural visibility for MCFN members and Indigenous partners. We believe it represents the kind of partnership that should be a model for future development. We respectfully ask the council to support this application and help advance a more inclusive and respectful approach to city building. Miigwech. I also would like to note the support letter that came directly from my chief. I believe it was yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Rosemary Powell? Hi, Rosemary. Thanks
Good
for
morning.
joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, dear members of the North York Community Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. The Toronto Community Benefits Network is a citywide network with 120 member organizations from community, labor, and social enterprise. We're located in the Downsview area and have been an active participant throughout the Downsview planning process. We are pleased to see Northcrest take a first step in embracing the possibilities for community benefits as part of its Taxiway district plan, the first of many as part of the 30-plus year Downsview redevelopment plan. We wholeheartedly support their plan. We applaud the City of Toronto for working with Northcrest to develop targets that the Northcrest leadership and their stakeholders were willing to support. And while this approach to doing business does not add any financial cost to building the project, this is a commitment that our diverse city richly deserves. In 2022, it was through TCBN's advocacy that the City Council approved a motion encouraging the city to explore options for a voluntary private community benefits plan as part of the planning approval process. Toronto is among the most diverse cities in the world. Over 55% of the population identify as a visible minority, and yet persistent disparities for them exist. We want to see this rich diversity reflected in the workforce and the contractors who are building this project. The Community Benefits Plan is a serious exercise and not to be taken lightly, otherwise we risk failure. We recommend that this Community Benefits Plan be further anchored in legally binding agreements with developer partners, leaseholders, contractors, and suppliers, and the implementation phase should include an apprenticeship plan, employment and labor market plan, community oversight through a working group, annual public reporting, and regular evaluation. Tracking and reporting should include disaggregated data and key performance indicators such as 10% or more construction apprenticeship trade or craft hours by equity-deserving tradespeople, priority for Black and Indigenous communities, 50% equity hiring in professional, administrative, and technical roles with at least 25% local hiring, 20% social procurement from local Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving businesses and social enterprises. We have more details in terms of our recommendations in our letter that we submitted on July 2nd to the committee. And as the plan develops, we would like for it to include specific commitments for community ownership and affordable below-market rent options for commercial, retail, and community spaces for nonprofits, Black-owned and Indigenous-owned enterprises. We want to see that living wages is prioritized, sustainability and capacity building, and we will continue to encourage good jobs across all projects with good quality indicators for monitoring. We want to see that there is a robust implementation partnership that is developed. We want to see a culturally sensitive approach to placemaking. And, we welcome the vision and the concrete steps that Northcrest and the city has taken, and we support, and we're going to be there 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. We do have questions. Councillor Cheng.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your deputation. I'm really interested in hearing more about your idea of low rent commercial to support entrepreneurs And I'm just wondering if you have had discussions with the applicant and what those discussions have, I guess, resulted in.
Yeah, so we have definitely had good conversations with Northcrest. They have been a serious partner in these conversations in the community engagement process. TCBN has gone through a long process in consultation as well with our own community partners and so forth. And they have indicated, Northcrest, that they do support the concept of having this kind of a mixed-use development, and that they will look at having affordable commercial rents. We wouldn't say it otherwise if it hadn't been a part of the conversations that we've been having.
So there isn't yet a firm commitment for affordable commercial, but it is something that is being explored. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what we believe, and we truly believe that they will continue with these conversations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other questions for the deputant? Rosemary, just have one. So on page 9 of the staff report, there is a reference to the Downsview Community Development Plan. And do you consider this comprehensive enough, or is there work to do?
There's definitely work to do. We appreciate that this is a start, that there will be additional districts as well, and we're committed to being there with them to explore how we make this truly a real serious exercise that has really strong targets that are going to be monitored, tracked, and reported in a transparent way, and that we're going to have working groups who are going to be working towards rolling up our sleeves, all stakeholders, to be able to make it happen. So we do support this.
Can it move forward without hard numbers?
It's a challenge that we're working through, and no, I would say that we're committed to working it through with them.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay. So it's something we're going to have to. It's an ongoing conversation.
It's a part of the implementation process. We still have time to work through the specific details. Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that, and we'll work together on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Norman Ossican. Norman Ossican. Zakaria Adula.
For the record, Councillor Pasternak, it's Abdul, Zachary Abdul. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Good afternoon for my early risers here on North York Community Council and city staff. My name is Zachary Abdul, and I'm here as a young man, but also as a parent who was raised in Northwest Toronto. And I also am speaking in front of you all today and everybody here in the audience as the board chairman and president of the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation project, a project that's received overwhelming city support, but more importantly, is a project that's looking to preserve Toronto's diverse needs when it comes to preserving Black culture and heritage by building a beautiful building. We recently got a $20 million investment from the federal government of Canada in terms of a huge inclusive building grant. I say this to say that none of the momentum that we've been able to develop on the Somali Center for Culture and Recreation project would be possible without the support from Northcrest Developments. Our relationship with Northcrest began to kick off more than 36 months ago, and they have constantly led with compassion and humility and openness when it comes to partnering with organizations like ourselves from Northwest Toronto in terms of bringing us in early and not later in terms of the hangar district, but also the economic and social development opportunities in Northcrest developments when it comes to the hangar and the Downsview site. And their overwhelming openness and support as a result has really left us understanding the importance of coming in today and supporting their application. For example, the support we received from Northcrest Developments resulted in a Somali arts and culture showcase for the first time in the history of the community's 40 years being here in Canada at Union Station. And they were there to support us throughout the entire life cycle of the project, where more than 30,000 Torontonians in the middle of the night in the fall came out to celebrate Somali art and culture. That would have never been possible without the support of Northcrest. Today, our support for their hangar district is not just about how they work behind the scenes on the ground, but it's also about what we've learned about Northcrest, but also what we've learned about the hangar district. And the fact that it really represents a lot of the opportunities I wish I saw more of growing up in Northwest Toronto in terms of informed and guided development. On top of seeing the community benefit allocations and investments that are going to be made, the work that they've already done to develop deep connections in the community across cultures, across neighborhoods, from the end of North Etobicoke, across all the different communities in Northwest Toronto, speaks to how many doors can be opened through the approval of the hangar district. So once again, we are here to provide our overwhelming support for the application of the hangar district. And when you think of this opportunity, think of young men and parents like myself who want to get things moving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Khalil Aldrubi? Khalil Aldrubi? Oh, there you are. Okay, great.
Hi everyone, my name is Muhammad Khalil Al, and I'm here to speak about the Taxiway West District item, which is a project of PSP Investments under the name of Northcrest. I'm tenant at 71 Thorncliffe Park Drive. In 2019, PSP Investments acquired 71, 75, and 79 Park Drive. Since then, they and their partners have made life very difficult for me and my neighbors. PSP Investments has applied for above guideline rent increases at our buildings that we can't afford. My neighbors and I have been fighting this rent increases for 2 years. We have been calling on PSP Investments to drop the rent hikes at our buildings. The rent increases price us out of our homes. Once we are forced out, they can raise the rent as much as they want for new tenants. I'm here today because at the same time PSP Investments tries to displace Thorncliffe Park tenants. It wants to benefit and profit from development in Downsview, and this is not acceptable. The City of Toronto talks a lot about the housing crisis and raising rent. PSP Investments acts like they are solution to the crisis, but that's not true. PSP Investments is a landlord driving up rents more than tenants can afford. They dispute to the crisis in our city. The City of Toronto needs to stand up for tenants and not rewards a landlord that is pricing tenants out of their homes. It's unacceptable for the city to say they are concerned about raising rent and then go to reward a landlord like PSP Investments that's hiking rent in this way. This application should not be approved. PSP Investments needs to resolve the dispute in Thorncliffe Park before they can go and move forward with Downsview development. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes the deputations on this item. Questions for staff? Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I do have questions for staff, and it's just the community benefits that are in this item today. I'm wondering if those constitute finished and fait accompli community plans, such as the TCBN commented on, or do we see this as something that could evolve somewhat, or is what's negotiated today the end of the story?
Through the chair, the community benefits plan for Taxiway West is based on concrete numbers. So we want a realistic plan. The first, so it's a three-prong approach. The first part is a minimum of $10 million on residential and servicing infrastructure. That is numbers that we actually have today, and so we've been able to do that work with Northcrest. It represents 10% of the labor costs, so it's based on 10% of the labor costs. And then as we get more information as it relates to office, institutional, and light industrial, because there are two zoned areas, employment areas, as well as institutional areas, as we get that information, there will be targets on a project-by-project basis based on eligibility criteria. And then the third prong to this approach is we're going to have some interim activation, so as of right development, just like the Rogers Stadium. And so where we have interim activation projects, Northcrest will work with the city's community benefits unit on targets for those projects.
Okay. And, you know, certainly because of the nature of that work, if other orders of government were to provide incentives and future programs, there'd still be opportunity to layer those in.
Absolutely.
Sort of a stone soup approach. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions before I ask mine? So through to staff, directly through staff. Major streets, environmental assessment. I don't see that's mentioned here. That's a separate conversation and a separate report. Is that correct?
So through the chair, that is correct. This district that we are advancing today, the major streets that are being planned through the overall Downsview plan are not running through specifically this district. There is a separate EA process that is a parallel process that's ongoing.
Okay. So it's my understanding that that report's back in 2027. Does that sound about right?
Yes, that's correct. It's the second quarter of 2027.
Now, what we do have before us is the local street network, and there was a lot of discussion. You describe it on page 21 as a fine-grained street network while minimizing vehicle movements through the existing street network of the Ancaster community. I think when it comes to Powell Road and Home, those remain closed?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. There will be a mid-block connection which will allow pedestrian and cycling connectivity at Powell Road, and Home Road will have a reserve block which will also provide pedestrian and cycling connectivity.
Okay. When it comes to the community benefits charge, has that been given up anywhere here in lieu of something, or it still stands?
Through the chair, through this report, staff are recommending that council accept in-kind community benefits comprising 930 square meters of community space, as well as a daycare to accommodate 98 children.
And I don't know what the numbers are, but is it you describe it as a fair deal?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
When we proceed with the Downsview secondary plan, are we calculating the CBC on a district basis or the overall land value?
Through the chair, the in-kind community benefits are provided for Taxiway West District alone.
It's what?
Through this district only.
Okay, so we calculate this, going forward, we calculate the CBC on a district basis.
That's correct.
The community benefits, we've touched on that slightly. Some of the community activists are looking for hard numbers on hiring. Can that be done in the future, or what's the prospect of that? Or that's between the landowner and the advocacy groups?
To the chair, yeah, that is you are correct. We would be doing hard numbers on hiring as it relates to the office institutional and light industrial, as well as the interim activation. Right now, we do have some hard numbers as it relates to residential and servicing infrastructure.
And I do understand that, although it's created some initial headaches, the Rogers Stadium has hired about 1,100 local residents, or a combination of local and regional residents.
That's correct.
Part-time to help. Okay. They may be hiring more based on their initial start. Robert League Park is actually an existing City of Toronto park, but it's being expanded. And who will be doing the baseboard improvements for that? Is that something we discuss down the road? There's no real reference to it here. Oh, maybe there is a reference.
To the chair, base park improvements are captured in the draft plan of subdivision conditions, which are included as an attachment to the item. It's contemplated currently that subdivision block 2, which is Robert Leak Park expansion, would be provided in base park condition within 2 years of plan registration.
Okay. Last question. I better not go too much over, or I will be deposed as chair. The rail link is crucial for the overall health of not only what's before us in the taxiway, but of course, Ancaster and Downsview Park. Is there any way to accelerate that, or is that like the last thing that will be done?
Through the chair, there is a holding provision in the zoning bylaw that will require that this connection be completed prior to the second grouping of housing to be developed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Back to councillors. Any other questions for staff? We'll move on to speakers. We're going to vary the procedures. Apparently, someone who was not here earlier would like to speak. Norman Ossican. And then we'll go to speakers. Norman?
Hello? Okay. I'd just like to thank everyone for giving me the time to speak. My name's Norman. I'm calling from Kids Coding School, a local business in the downtown of Toronto. So dear members of the North York Community Council, my name is Norman Osaka, and I'm writing on behalf of Kids Coding School, where I serve as the director. Our organization provides accessible and high-quality STEM education to all children by offering hands-on learning across the GTA. We've engaged with Northcrest Developments over the past year or so, providing community programming services during the weekends at YZD, their event series. So for the start, Northcrest has shown a clear interest in working alongside local organizations and understanding how their efforts can complement the work already happening in the community. We really support the application for the hangar district because we've seen how Northcrest works to include members of the public involving their engagement process. They invest time and resources in the local community and ensure that feedback received is incorporated in the plan as it involves. They support the day-to-day efforts of local organizations like ourselves and help create space and capacity where it is needed most. The hangar district reflects what we believe is possible when development is done right. We're looking forward to the benefits of this plan, of what this plan can bring, including new community spaces and programming for youth. The work has already created opportunities for connection and collaboration with community. And with the approval of this application, we believe even more doors can open. It will provide a platform for continued partnership, strong infrastructure for community work, and a chance for North York to be a place where people can thrive. So, and just from my own personal experience, I have to say, like it's been really great for us. It's given us a lot of opportunities to engage with different parts of the city. We've seen, hundreds, if not thousands now, young people go through the program that we ran for North Crest. And, it really brought the community together. It brought us into the community. It gave us the opportunity to, provide more staffing for ourselves too. Like, we had to hire extra people and it was a really great experience. The staff there, it's one of the most organized facilities that we've ever worked with. And we've worked with, a lot of different organizations like the Bentway downtown and a lot of different public and private schools. And, I have to say that just overall, North Crest, it's a really great facility. And, we're pretty much there to do anything we can to support them and to see these types of things like continue happening in the GTA. So that's all for me, so thank you for letting me speak, and let's go Hanger District.
Sounds like a great T-shirt. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Let's go to speakers. Councillor Carroll.
Just briefly, I just want to share, this is a big move and people have concerns. But one of the things that's been sort of left out of the discussion today is the new box that we're in post Bill 17 and indeed 23. And it came up for me in a community consultation meeting last night. And I can't help reflecting on it because we were talking about what will happen in an area that's really about the same size as the Hanger District, which is the employment district in my area, the Consumers Road Business Park. And it needs the approach we've learned about today. It needs the kind of community infrastructure approach to development that we've seen today. And it's important to note that you under this act can no longer achieve that. You can't get the kind of community benefit we're getting in a community I'm in, because we're just begging for the permission to have the time to study it while applications are pouring in on it, because it has a good 20 different owners of 20 different sites that have an acre to an acre and a half each, and they don't have to work together. And they certainly don't have to figure out the road network or the community infrastructure or anything like that. They just don't have to. Versus when I look over at my Canadian Tire Lands district, another district that's like this, where when you are able to deal with one entity and actually pool what's left of our benefits, and I really mean that, what's left of the kinds of benefits that we need to build a neighborhood and not just buildings, post the legislative changes, you have to be able to pool them together in an opportunity like this to even begin to achieve it. I'm not going to be able to achieve it in the area I was discussing last night. We don't even have the permission yet to study it, to do it. Whereas here, you have one entity, albeit owned by a pension plan, and some people have issues with that. They have many different holdings. But the actions of this particular holding, Northcrest, are exactly what we want to see. And in some cases, the things we heard are well beyond what was required of them under the current planning regime, under the Ontario Planning Act. So we really have to thank our lucky stars that we're having that kind of cooperation despite the changes in legislation, and bodes well for the future of this particular neighborhood. It sounds like it will be a neighborhood, and that's exactly what we aspire to. We just don't always have the tools in our toolbox because of our other orders of government. This one we really need to grab onto. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Anyone else to speak other than myself? No? I get 5 minutes at council, so I'll keep this to 3 minutes. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank city staff for their excellent work on this application, and of course the property owner, Northcrest. No one can question the amount of consultation that's gone into this development application. The number of town halls, the number of meetings, the engagement, meetings at my office, the working group. We have listened and we have learned. And I think at the end of the day, we have a fairly strong application in front of us with a property owner that's to be trusted. You know, back in 2018 chaotic election, there was a real estate transaction in which Bombardier sold its lands to the Federal Employees Pension Fund, which became Northcrest. And we didn't pay a lot of attention to it at that time because we were busy with our elections. And I was not the councillor in Downsview, but I was on the campaign trail to represent Downsview. And I was successful. I inherited 320 acres of vacant land from Northcrest, 150 acres of Canada lands, federal lands, and about 55 acres of municipal lands. And I remember once saying to former Deputy Mayor Anna Bilo, I said, the biggest problem I have up here in York Centre is I have too much vacant land. And there was a pause and some silence, and she says, you've got to look at it as an opportunity. And what we have before us is the first application from Northcrest as an opportunity. And when you tick off the various boxes, daycare, 2 parks plus expanding an existing park, affordable housing, community space, a pedestrian crossing, again, across the rail lines, which we've been looking for decades, and bicycle parking spaces, a local road network. These are what makes up a strong community and a good future. To the local community to the south, to Ancaster, we have listened and we have learned. Powell Road and Home Road will remain closed. And of course, we will continue to work and listen on the Major Street Study, environmental assessment, which is not part of what we're discussing today, but we will continue to work on that to make sure the community's voices of Ancaster and the wider Downsview community will be listened to, and we will respond as best we can. So once again, to city staff and to Northcrest, congratulations on this application. This will now go to City Council, and I think the future is very bright that this will be a thriving, healthy, livable community that people will want to be a part of. And I remind the people of Ancaster that just remember your sons and daughters and grandchildren are likely to live in the Taxiway. So with that, I have 2 motions to continue to support the consultation process. The first motion is to direct the owner, which is Northcrest, to continue to work with myself and, of course, the Downsview Community Working Group to intensify the engagement process with respect to street connectivity and future land decisions. And that number 2 is really regarding the environmental assessment. The City Council requested the General Manager of Transportation Services continue to engage the local community in the next stage of phases 3 and 4 of the environmental assessment study. So I would put this up for a vote. My motions are on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Congratulations. This will go up to City Council for further debate. Thank you to the deputants. Thank you to the property owners and consultants. There is one more minor issue regarding this, this item, this property, which is next, which is a heritage designation. Before we get to that, I'd be prepared to release item 15, which is an encroachment appeal. I have a quick release. No?
And I also just wanted to remind the chair, could we go back to my item? I have a quick motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, so so if it's the will of the committee, I'm prepared to release item number 15, encroachment appeal 866 Sheppard Avenue West. Just so if staff are waiting here to answer questions on that, they can leave. I'm prepared to adopt the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, Councillor Chernos-Lynn, you have a motion. You have a motion ready?
Is it ready? Yes. Yes, I do. I have a compromise motion, having worked with both sides of this.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
So this motion would grant a fence exemption to maintain a maximum height of 1.54 meters and to be exempt from the requirement of open construction for the first 2.4 meters from the front line. So there are a variety of bylaws that come into play here just because of the way this street is. This has been worked out between both sides of the two neighbors that share the adjoining lawn. And it's really halfway between where it is now and where the bylaw would normally be, and everybody has agreed. So I think this is a good solution, and I hope that my colleagues will support me in this. Thank you. It's really in the hopes that. Yes, I'd be happy to work with it. I've had a good faith. I will assure my colleagues that I've had a good faith acknowledgement from the owners of this that they will maintain it yearly. And I do believe this is in the best interest of everybody and hope that they will be able to move forward successfully and perhaps on hopefully better terms, seeing we have to live beside each other. And hopefully neighborly relations will resume.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. I think the saying is, tall fences make for good neighbors. Okay, the motion is on the screen. It's related to item 1. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'd like to now move to item 5. It's tangentially related to the item we just dealt with. I don't have any speakers on. No speakers on this item. It is inclusion in the Heritage Registry. Are there any questions for staff? No? No questions for staff? Any speakers? So I'm going to move the staff recommendations because I did have an offline discussion with them. I spoke with the property owner. I spoke with city staff and Heritage. So I think this is fine. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 6, 2674 and 2704 Yonge Street and 19 Alexandra Boulevard, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, decision report. We have a number of speakers. Michael Tutsi. There we go. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Community Council. My name is Michael Tucci. I'm a representative of Rockport Group, who together with its partners are the applicants for the matter before you. We first wanted to thank staff for all of their work and commitment to our application over the last many months. As part of the priority development review stream, it's been a swift process, but notwithstanding that, we did commence discussions with staff and community representatives from the LPRO beginning in April of 2024 and on an ongoing basis since that time. It truly has been a challenge for us and our design team to balance the need for seniors housing and the fulfillment of the city's rental replacement housing policies all under one roof, while doing our best to address the various built form policies and guidelines, as well as the community's concerns. And we look forward to continued collaboration with staff, and we're committed to working with the community during the site plan process to address outstanding matters and concerns related to architectural details and public realm space. With that, we just wanted to convey that we're in support of the recommendations of the staff report, and we ask for your adoption of this application. With that, thank you for your time and consideration, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputants? Okay, thank you very much. Michael Bissett.
Good morning. My name is Mike Bissett. I do have a presentation. If the audiovisual person could come here, please.
You are the property owner's representative?
Yeah, I'm with Bousfields, the planning consultant for the applicant. As soon as I get this presentation up, I'll move through it briefly. I know I have 3 minutes. So on your screen, you can see the subject site here on the west side of Yonge Street. It's along an avenue north of Eglinton Centre within Midtown. It's an area designated for growth in the official plan, and it is proximate to both Lawrence Station and Eglinton Station, as well as a bus route along Yonge Street. The site on the south side of the site is a existing 3-story rental building where there'll be 31 rental units replaced in the proposal, which is for a seniors facility. The northerly site portion of the site is now vacant, was a former funeral home, and is now vacant because of a project that didn't move forward in 2022. On the west side of the site is 19 Alexandra. It's a detached home, approximately the same depth as Snyder Park. So the site is now aligned with Snyder Park in terms of its depth to the west. In terms of connections, on your screen you can see the subject site outlined in red in Snyder Park to the south. That dashed green line indicates what was a planned laneway through the Midtown secondary plan. As you'll see, the proposed seniors care facility will incorporate a POPs connection along the west boundary adjacent to the residential area to the west. From a provincial policy standpoint, the proposal for an institutional seniors care facility along with rental replacement is something supported by provincial policies and planning for people for homes and 2.2 housing. In terms of Toronto policies, the housing charter, clearly there's on the forefront of the city's policies to provide for new housing, as well as in the housing action plan, as you can see on your screen. Item 6, key item is to meet the diverse needs in housing for seniors. This project will achieve that. Chapter 1 of the official plan is called Making Choices, and this is an excerpt of the official plan, Planning for Seniors, and designing for the needs of most vulnerable citizens, including aging in place. What you'll see in the project is this project provides for a seniors facility which provides for aging in place. The current official plan designates the site as mixed-use areas in red, and a portion of the site on the west side is a neighborhoods. Well, that's 19 Alexandra. The proposal, and as you'll see in the staff report, is for the building to be proposed to be designated as institutional with an expansion to Snyder Park. The project vision includes 38% memory care, assisted living is 27%, independent living, so it's a mix of care, and then rental replacement, 31 units. That is required by policy. That will be provided as well. Parkland dedication and a POPs on the west side. In terms of the proposal itself, it's quite distinct from a condominium development. The reason for larger floor plates for this building is to provide for the institutional use, so care, services, and amenities. Approximately 40% of this building will be toward amenities for the care of the residents within, and for nurse stations and socializing spaces and dining, and providing for the dignity of access to these areas for the residents. So specialized design approach crucial for the delivery of care. There has been engagement methods utilized for this site. There's been, even before the application was filed, there was consultation, and there continued to be consultation through public meeting, community open houses, one-on-one meetings, many meetings with existing residents as well and the existing tenants, and including
All right.
the Lytton Parks
You're
Residents
3.5 minutes. I was quite generous. Any questions for the deputant? Yes, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge. I love that there's memory care units, et cetera, but I'm trying to gauge the type of care. Are we talking about, fully private care? Are we talking about higher end, sort of in the continuum of seniors types of residents? Are we talking at the higher end here, given the community it's going into?
I'll speak to the mix. There is Alison Keller from Amica is here, and she'll be speaking later. The question about that could be best asked for her, but it will be a mix of memory care, assisted living, and independent living. So there's different amounts of care for each. Obviously, the memory care, very much staying on the floors. Independent living, there's more flexibility, and they use the amenities such as at grade at Yonge Street to activate Yonge Street.
Right. So if it's Amica speaking and they might be the operator, then I am concerned about the and I know I'm well versed in the city's new citywide parking bylaw, but I am concerned about the amount of parking in the facility, given the number of units, because it seems to me like if we're talking about a higher end of senior care, we're going to have a high ratio of perhaps individually hired caregivers, in which case there's not a lot of visitor parking on site here.
Correct. We expect 80% of the employees to be utilizing transit. That's based on Amica's experience with their utilization. And there are a certain number that do drive and would use visitor, but it's a very small number. The majority is going to be by transit. There's a pickup drop-off area, obviously provided on site. There's an access from Alexandra, pickup drop-off. Obviously, it's been reviewed by staff, meets the parking requirement, but point taken. But that was definitely consideration in terms of the employees, and also the fact that that's off-peak. Both the employees and the residents, in terms of use of the streets and the access, is off-peak. So the way the Amica operates in terms of employment, where they start their shifts and end their shifts, that's off-peak hours. So that helps with dissipating that in terms of peak hour traffic.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter Suchanek?
It's close. It's Peter Suchanek.
Thank you for joining us. 3 minutes.
Thank you, councillors. I appreciate your forbearance. It's quite a challenge, I'm sure. My name's Peter Suchanek. I live at 14 Blythewood Road, which is directly across the Yonge Street from the site. I'm also with the Uptown Young Neighborhood Alliance. And we represent groups from Sherwood up through to Alexandra Park on Ward 15 on the east side of Yonge. We filed a submission in this matter. I'm not going to deal with that right now. What I'd like to do is quickly go over the history of that site from our perspective. About 5-6 years ago, with the help of Jay Robinson, there was this site became available, and there was a developer who purchased the property. And with Jay's help, we had a lot of meetings with the group and so forth. Eventually, there was traffic and whatnot were studied as well as the height of the building was agreed to. Now, following that, that applicant went quiet, I guess, through the COVID period, and 3 years passed, and then we hadn't heard anything until this past April. And I was interested in your comments earlier because apparently there's been some discussions about the new property, but we hadn't heard anything until April. We received a flyer. We went to a community consultation meeting hosted by Councillor Cole, and from that, we developed a series of questions. We began speaking with Councillor Chernos Lynn, and her staff were very helpful, and they suggested we speak to the planners of the city, which we did, Diane Pye and Ben Ramos, and got some more information from them. Our goal was to meet with the developer and on behalf of the people who are on the east side of Yonge Street. And that, during the course of a period of time, we found out that this meeting today would be held as it is on July the 3rd. And this was sort of during the middle of our process here. So from the beginning to the end, it's about 90 days for us in terms of hearing about the application and then being here today. And we're here simply to ask that this matter be deferred so that the east side of Yonge, Ward 15, people can have a conversation, which it sounds like there's a fair bit of that that's gone on. And we've had good conversations with developers in past, and we would like to engage in that process with the developer moving forward, if that's possible. We're only asking for what the next meeting is, next month or something like that, but at least the opportunity to speak with the developer. I cede my time.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the delegate? No? Okay, next we have Eric Mellis. Hi, Eric, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I live on 51 Blythewood Road. I'm also the founder of the Blythewood Heritage Conservation District. To put it up front, I will be asking you for deferral as well. And my reasoning is as follows, and I'm not going to get into issues as massing and the density and stuff, but I will focus on lack of notification, consideration for the district, but also traffic impact and vehicle access, because that's a huge issue. The way this property has been analyzed, it was classified as being Lawrence Park South. That has nothing to do with Blythewood. It includes an area that's probably about 2 kilometers away, but houses that are just within the 120 meter area on the east sides are not included in the study. More importantly, the city has not mailed out any notification to the Blythewood residents that are within the 120 meter area, as well as to the people that are on the west side of Yonge Street. So my argument is that proper notification has not been done. I've been after the city since June 13th. No proper answer has been received. I've gotten a variety of answers saying, oh, Canada Post strike, or threat of a Canada Post strike, or we don't do this anymore. It has been posted in the newspaper, the Toronto Star, but who nowadays has a newspaper article, newspaper subscription? It's $15 per month for the Star. It's even more expensive for the Globe and Mail. Anyways, because of this lack of notice and rush consultation process, I would like to ask for deferral. I've also filed an official complaint with the clerk's office regarding this process, and have asked for various documents under Freedom of Information. Now, regarding the traffic impact, the study is highly deficient. It's dated. It's from 2016, 2019, 2020. Has been updated. Traffic has changed since COVID. Also in the neighborhood, now there's traffic jams on Blythewood all the way from Yonge Street to Mount Pleasant during busy times. I think the convenience of the site regarding public transportation has been misrepresented. It's a kilometer away. Bus service is sporadic, so that doesn't work. And you know, think Mother's Day when 100 people are going to visit mom and dad or especially mom during Mother's Day, and 100 cars will show up and there's no place to park. It's a complicated intersection, the Blythewood, Lytton, and Yonge Street, and mix that with people with walkers, people with Alzheimer's, and you have a recipe for disaster. Now, regarding vehicle access, there's only room for 4 cars for drop-off. That doesn't work. Think about Amazon, think about, people will die there. Hearses, think about ambulances. That doesn't work. There's no parking. This is just the most inappropriate site for this type of facility that you can imagine, and it doesn't work. Thank you for the deferral.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Next speaker is Naomi Miller.
Ms. Miller, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Naomi Miller, and I'm a local resident of Alexandra Boulevard, and I'm a member of a local neighborhood group who's been working on this proposal. Considering the limitations of time, I'm going to restrict my comments to size, particularly the height of the building, and also the combination of seniors residence and rental replacement units. So this is a very tall building. Not very tall, I'm sure, considering the kinds of buildings you are being asked to approve, but tall for the location of this building, being in Midtown Toronto and not in a site scheduled for extreme growth or for high buildings. It's almost 185 foot. It's 13 stories, but taller than a usual 13-story building because of high ceiling height. It's also very large, encompassing a large area of land, as you could see from the diagrams. It's primarily a seniors residence, as you've heard, and also includes replacement rental units, 31 of those, and the combination of that is, I understand, very unusual. So I want to make it clear that our neighborhood fully understands the importance of senior housing and fully understands the importance of maintaining rental housing. From my involvement in Seniors Committee myself, it's my understanding that the critical shortage of housing for seniors is for affordable, appropriate housing. And this is an exclusive retirement seniors residence. I'm not sure that it would be defined as affordable housing. Now, Amica is one of the main providers of private for-profit seniors' homes, advertises itself as creating beautiful retirement residences in Canada's best neighborhoods, as I'm sure it does. And I'm sure that the interior of the building and the service that it provides will be wonderful. It is public knowledge that Amica Lifestyles has been sold to an American company, Welltower. So I presume this building will, at least in part, be owned by an American company, and therefore that the part of Toronto's affordable rental housing within the building will also be partly owned by an American company. Now, the Mayor of Toronto recently introduced measures to protect the local economy, including directing city staff spending towards Canadian-owned and local businesses. So I wonder if this changes how this project should be considered. I'm concerned that we as local residents are being disadvantaged by the combination of the desire to increase maintain rental housing and the desire to facilitate seniors housing, resulting in a building that would be 2 or 3 stories higher than without the rental housing being on that site. I've exceeded my time. Thank you for your accommodation.
Great, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputy?
Yep.
Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, thanks. I just have a question. This is at Yonge and Alexandra, correct? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. And there's a higher order transit right below on Yonge Street?
I'm sorry?
Higher order transit, a subway?
There's a subway at Lawrence and there's a subway at Eglinton.
But it runs under Yonge Street?
Oh, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Okay. So let's put aside the seniors residence. Would you not expect that there would be increased density all along Yonge Street, like they're doing on the LRT lines along Eglinton and everywhere else?
Well, as a local resident, I've been a bit confused about what the official plan and what the secondary plan and what the guidelines are and what authority they have. My sort of understanding was that you got higher intensification on the subway areas, which reduced to a lower level in between. And our area is midway between Eglinton, which is clearly designated for significant building, and Lawrence. So we're not in that area.
Sure, but they're at 50. Would you not expect there be something,
Absolutely.
some increased density? I believe that funeral home was one story, but everything else is.
I think we absolutely understand there will be some intensification. There's a 6-story building on our street, a 7-story building on the street opposite. But this is a 13-story building with high ceiling heights, so approximates a building several stories taller than that.
So let's say 15 in
I'm not really sure, but I thought
but
it was
just
even
approximately.
taller than
So,
that.
but you think that's unreasonable?
I think it's quite unreasonable because all of the impact on the local area is dependent on the size, the consequences of the size of the building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Maureen Capral. From the Lytton Park Residents Organization. Maureen?
Oh, good morning. My name is Maureen.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Maureen Capral. I'm the president of the Lytton Park Residents Organization, LPRO. It's an incorporated nonprofit, and this development proposal is within LPRO's area. Over the past few years, LPRO has been involved in quite a few Ontario Land Tribunal mediations and hearings. We are not opposed to development and certainly would welcome much needed seniors housing. But we do want to have responsible development that is appropriate to the site. As it stands, for this proposal, we have several concerns. One is the height. The height and massing is not appropriate for this mid-block area that is approximately 1 kilometer away from a subway station and that has infrequent, erratic bus service. With mechanical, the building is 56.4 meters high, much higher compared with recent nearby developments built and approved that are in the 30-meter range. A building of this height and mass would set a major precedent for the Midtown zoned area of Yonge, leading to an eventual canyon effect, which neighbors and businesses would like to avoid. The proposal also, as was noted, has 2 stories for rental replacement units. So the height of it could be reduced by at least 2 stories if the city and the developer could find appropriate replacement units elsewhere in the neighborhood for the 31 rental units in the existing rental apartment building that will be demolished. The other problem is that there is no retail or service presence on Yonge Street, which is a major high street continuum. The pedestrian realm around the building could be improved with sidewalks, trees, benches, proper setbacks, but this does not nullify the overwhelming height of the building as seen from the ground level. It also intrudes into the neighborhood. A residentially zoned neighborhood home at 19 Alexandra is incorporated into the site plan. The proposal needs to soften the impact on the low-rise immediate neighborhood with lower height, appropriate setbacks and step backs. And as you have heard, Amicus had the building designed to accommodate the needs of serving a senior population through different stages from independent living, and then they could stay in the same place as their needs become more complicated. But this necessitates higher floor levels for each story so that the end, a 13-story building actually turns out to be much taller than a normal 13-story building. We don't object to this per se, but the size and scope of such a building is really outside of appropriate development for this particular site. We would hoped that it could be scaled down to be more in keeping with mid-rise guidelines.
All
And I
right,
thank
if you
you
could-
for the opportunity to speak with you today.
If you could wrap up. Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Julie Kovacs? Ms. Kovacs? Could you please unmute? Oh, great. Oh, there you are. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
I just want to preface by saying I received an email yesterday saying that I would have 5 minutes. I'm a busy physician and I prepared 5 minutes. So please, I would love the grace of the chair to consider my point since I won't have any other opportunities to do this. So I am
Well,
Dr.
you can,
Kovacs.
we moved a motion to limit it to 3 minutes and
I'm
it's,
sorry, I was working today. I didn't
well,
hear that. I'm sorry.
look, I'm sorry, that was a decision of council.
Okay.
And it,
I'll try my best. I'm so sorry. I'm calling.
all right, I'll reset your clock. You have 3 minutes and maybe you can,
Thank you so much.
maybe you'll be
I'm
asked.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Julie Kovacs, and I've lived in Lytton Park for over 30 years. I'm a practicing rheumatologist who works closely with seniors every day, and I deeply value the need for quality, compassionate housing for older adults. But that objective has to be pursued in a way that respects the scale and the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Unfortunately, this proposal doesn't strike that balance. It prioritizes scale over sensitivity, profit over planning, and it sets a dangerous precedent for overdevelopment in a stable, low-rise community. It's over 56 meters. It's a tower that's too big, too tall, and completely out of place. Over 600 residents have signed a petition opposing it, and yet we've been told that the size is needed to meet Amica's profitability targets. Why should private profit override public planning? We're told the building was designed from the inside out, but planning must respond to its surrounding context, not ignore it. Residents raised serious concerns about height, bulk, poor transition, shadows, etc. at the April 22nd community consultation meeting that I attended. But many residents' concerns are missing in the attachment 8 of the city's decision report, and it misrepresents residents' concerns as addressed, but they weren't. In the application, the shadow studies conveniently omits winter data when impacts are the worst since shadows are the longest. However, even in spring and fall, homes on Alexandra, Glencairn, Lytton, and Blythewood will face 5 hours of daily shadows. In submission 2, moving the mechanical penthouse eastward, which was the solution, only slightly decreased shadow impacts. Yet, the building incredibly got even taller in the second submission. An independent arborist found that cedar trees on Alexandra will likely die from the reduced light, since cedars need 6 to 8 hours of sunlight to thrive. Sunlight matters. It impacts well-being, mental health, and quality of life year-round. The resubmitted wind study confirms what many feared. Wind conditions around the entire site will worsen, including in the public realm on Alexandra, Yonge, the Pops, and Snyder Parquet. Suggested wind mitigation measures are only speculative, with no guarantees. So let's be clear, the Pops and Snyder Parquet are being touted as public realm improvements here. But a public space where people can't sit, enjoy a coffee, read a book, or chat with neighbors because of excessive wind is not an improvement. It's a planning failure, and it's a warning sign. This is not a mid-rise. Mid-rise buildings are 5 to 11 stories. It's a tower-scale development in a low-rise street. It demolishes a single-family home, a 19 Alexandra, the 4th house from Yonge, pushing the building footprint into 30% of the quiet low-rise block. And that's not transition. That's encroachment. It's a dangerous precedent for Yonge Street corridor and signals that no quiet family-oriented street is safe from high-rise creep. The YESP calls for gradual, respectful transition to protect adjacent homes. Yet this proposal rises abruptly from the north and west lot lines, and the official plan policies call for step-backs, preserving sunlight, and respecting scale. This proposal fails on all counts. They made tiny tweaks like a 1 meter setback or a corner cutout, but they don't.
Sorry,
really
you'll have
solve
to,
height, bulk, scale, or
you'll have to wrap up.
I do. This building will directly overlook nearby homes.
Okay, you'll have to wrap up.
Yes. As a physician, I must address that what the pandemic taught us, and in Canada, 81%.
Can you cut the speaker off, please?
I have one more sentence.
Okay,
Please.
one more sentence.
As I stated, I'm a physician, and I must address what the pandemic taught us. In Canada, 81% of COVID deaths were in long-term care, and retirement homes with more than
Could you please cut the speaker off?
They had 5 times the outbreak rate.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions for the deputant? Allison Keller? Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Community Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Allison Keller, and I'm the Site Development Ambassador for Amica Senior Lifestyles. Amica is a proud Canadian company established 28 years ago that presently operates 32 residences in Ontario and British Columbia. We employ over 5,000 team members who serve and care for over 4,000 seniors. Our residences are licensed and provide lifestyle options across the full spectrum, including independent living to the highest levels of care, including memory care. We operate the residences we build, so we are committed to participating in our communities for the long term, including managing all on-site parking needs for our residents and their visitors. When people move into Amica residences, over 80% come from the surrounding neighborhood, and the rest move in to be closer to family who are living nearby. As a long-standing Toronto operator, we know that your constituents are in the foothills of a deepening crisis. By 2041, 1 in 5 people here will be seniors. Toronto, like Japan, will then be classed as a super-aged society. In terms of numbers, within central Toronto, 51,631 seniors aged 75 plus were as of 2024. But by 2033, just 8 years from today, you're going to have 71,661 seniors aged 75. But the challenge is this. There are only 2,331 private pay seniors housing units, which includes 229 memory care units. And the subsidized long-term care situation is not much better. You have 2,619 long-term care beds across 10 residences operated by the City of Toronto. Presently, the wait list time for long-term care is 5 months to 10 months. And according to the Ontario Long-Term Care Association, 1 in 2 residents entering long-term care were admitted directly from hospitals. The need exists for every segment of society. A resident living at Amica opens up a bed in subsidized long-term care for most vulnerable seniors. With your support, we could house approximately 932 seniors over the course of 10 years. We could return approximately 176 homes to the local market within the first 1 to 2 years, create 213 jobs, reduce the impact on already a crucially impacted healthcare system, and, as I mentioned earlier, help open 932 beds in subsidized long-term care for the most vulnerable seniors. Thank you very much for considering our application.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Chernos-Lynn?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Keller. I appreciate your comment that you aim to manage the parking needs of your visitors and people who presumably work at your facility, all of that. But I'm wondering what the plan is for this site in particular.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard from residents who are concerned about that, because I guess they're concerned about parking and traffic on their neighboring streets. And I note that you only have 4 visitor spaces provided in a building with more than 251 units. So I just wonder if you could elaborate on how you plan to manage that. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair and to Councillor, thank you very much for that question. As I mentioned, we are a long-term Toronto operator. We have had Amica Balmoral, and we've also, sorry.
Please just answer the question.
Certainly. So 80% of our staff will be using public transit. On average, 12% of our residents in independent living only require parking. And as far as visitors go, They tend to come at off-peak hours because our residents have very different hours to a typical commuting workforce. Does that help?
Well, I just wonder, like, how does that compare, for example, to some of your other sites?
Happy to, through the chair. So, for example, Life on the Avenue, so Amica there, we have 17 underground parking spots. Our visitors know this is an urban reality. They come through rideshare. And as I mentioned too, 80% of our residents come from the surrounding neighborhood and also are living close to family. Families know they can walk, they can easily access us, and they also use public transit. And also Amica Balmoral, we had far less parking spaces than what is currently proposed for this new application.
Do you think it might be possible to, is there a possibility of continuing discussions with local residents as you move through with this application to consider adding further visitor parking, seeing as that is a significant concern? I would say 4 seems very small, just given, like, I know if I was going to visit, I have an 88-year-old mother. When I go to visit her, sometimes I have my dog with me, I take the car. And I wouldn't personally want to necessarily take an Uber every time. That's expensive. So, and Amica is already expensive. So I would just encourage that.
Well, through the chair, and I'll answer your question. So absolutely, would we continue working with the community? We do, because not only are we part of the building development, but we're the long-term operator, and it's very important for us to have good relationships with our neighbors. So of course we would work.
All right. Okay, we're good. I just need a motion to finish. Okay, moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Cole?
Yes, as you've heard, the main objection to this site is the height and the massing. Everybody's very perplexed about the height. Your specifications in your height per unit is quite different from let's say a regular seniors building. Why are your ceiling heights so high?
Through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Cole, for your question. I would say that we are different to a standard condominium that you would see in Toronto. There were lessons learned from the pandemic. It is crucial to provide a healthy space for a congregate environment, which we are. So to have sufficient airflow and volume, you need higher floor-to-floor ceiling heights. In addition, it is one of the other lessons that we learned in the pandemic. It is crucial to facilitate socialization. So in order for people to feel comfortable to congregate, such as in this chamber, you need taller floor-to-floor ceilings so people aren't feeling claustrophobic. I should mention too that the average age of our residents is 90. They spend most of their time indoors. We need to create an environment, again, that they're not feeling claustrophobic. Plus, higher ceilings also help facilitate the delivery of care, such as mechanical lifts and other equipment.
So, I have another Amica building at Avenue Road, the former James Bond Church. What are the ceiling heights there in that building?
Through the chair, Councillor Cole, I would have to get back to you specifically on that answer, but one thing that I can say, that was a building that existed prior to the pandemic. We are evidence-based in all of our design approaches now, particularly taking the lessons about creating healthy, safe environments for seniors to assemble.
But can you not meet that concern about air quality and airflow without just increasing height? I mean, you could, with the new technology they have with air purification and ventilation, etc., aren't there other means of achieving those objectives besides your height requirements?
Through the chair, Councillor Cole, I absolutely appreciate your further due diligence on this. And Amica, in our applications in Vancouver, for example, we undertook peer review of the HVAC systems, the airflow, all of it, with 3 different engineering firms to see what we could do out of concern for surrounding neighbors, much like what you've been hearing today. We've taken that information and we've applied it also to this application. And it's not just simply about airflow and air volume, Councillor. As I was mentioning, it is also about the delivery of care with mechanical lifts and the like. Plus, you've got people who are frail, they're elderly, and you have people particularly in memory care, they're on a secure floor. They are spending most of their waking hours inside. You need to create an environment for them where they're not feeling claustrophobic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the deputant? I have one more on the list. Nico Paul.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul? Oh, there
Yes.
you are. Okay, just unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing for me to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Nico Paul. I'm the owner of 21 Alexandra Boulevard, which is the property immediately adjacent to the west of the proposed development. I've lived in my house with my wife and 2 children for the last 20 years. We appear to be the ones most directly affected by this development. A few weeks ago, I submitted a letter to the planning department and copied a number of relevant parties to this application, including the developer. This council should have access to my letter, and I trust you've reviewed its contents. I'm here before you today to express my concerns with the way in which the development has been supported by the city and nonetheless fast-tracked, while at the same time virtually ignoring the concerns of the neighborhood. I'm here to ask that this council slow down the approval process for this development to allow for more time to properly design the building to the satisfaction of all parties and to ensure it properly fits into the neighborhood in form and function. Unfortunately, the exact opposite has occurred. To be clear, I'm not anti-development and I'm not pro-development. I do, however, fully support smart development, and to be frank, the development being proposed is not smart planning. It's not smart because it's being rushed and does not take into consideration the concerns of the neighborhood and its impact. We expect that the property would be developed. The use is also not an issue from my perspective, as seniors housing is needed in the city. I know this very well, as my father and both my in-laws are in nursing homes. Where I do take issue is the fact that the city's fully supported and fast-tracked this application, and consequently the developer does not have to do anything to satisfy the neighborhood. It does not have to make any changes to its proposed plans because there's no one to challenge them. In fact, quite the opposite, the city's supporting the application without considering the neighborhood concerns. It's evident the development's being supported by the city and fast-tracked to satisfy the political agenda of providing housing at any cost. I don't take issue with providing housing. I am, however, bothered with the fact that everything is being rushed without looking at alternatives. If you look at my letter, I've outlined 2 aspects I propose to amend with this project, both of which are very reasonable. Firstly, I propose to move the park to the west side of the site and put the POPs between the parkland and the development. Secondly, I proposed moving the elevated amenity area from the west side to the Yonge Street side to maximize privacy. The developer will still be able to achieve similar density, yet lessen the impact on the adjoining lands and neighborhood. Surprisingly, when I put this to the developer,
You could, if you could finish up.
it was rejected. And I would ask that you look closer to alternatives and extending the time period to look at this properly. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions for the deputant? There are not. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to hold this item down before we get to questions of staff and speakers because Councillor Chernos-Lynn has asked. Yeah, it was my understanding you want to do item 9 before departing. Departing the meeting. Departing the meeting, that is.
She wants to speak on both, so you don't have to, she's staying for.
You're staying? Okay, then we won't go to, okay, that's fine. We actually go to questions of staff now. Questions of staff? Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, thank you.
And then Councillor Cole?
We've heard a couple times that this application was rushed. Can you articulate or share your thoughts?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Burnside, the application is a PDRS file, which is our priority development stream, which is applications we take for, through the system, things like affordable housing, seniors housing, things of that nature. Under the Planning Act, we're required to process official plan amendments and combined zoning applications within 120 days. We're just outside, we're just a little bit more than the 120 days. We're at about 125, 130 days. So it was processed quickly, but it wasn't processed rushed. We're typically processing applications a lot quicker these days after all the Bill 109 with the fee refunds and all the changes to the Planning Act. So it wasn't rushed; it was processed.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you, just out of because I think you got to the point. So it was processed in the time that the province allotted has allotted us to process applications. Actually, kind of outside of it. If it was 120 days,
just outside the 120. Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely not rushed as per the provincial regulations.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Cole?
Yes. The rental replacement requirement here. So we have to under, what, is it a provincial piece of legislation? Is the City of Toronto Act, which requires us to replace these 31 rental replacement units and include them in this development?
Through the chair, yes, through Section 111 of the City of Toronto Act, also through Chapter 667 of the Municipal Code, and then Chapter 3 of the official plan, city's official plan.
Now, when we are, I know we've been trying to find rental replacement off-site. Are there any geographic parameters to this or limits to where we could find rental replacement off-site?
Through the chair, the rental housing replacement policies require the replacement units to, or a tenant relocation assistance plan that will lessen hardship to tenants. So that includes the right to return to a unit. Typically, it's in the same location. So we would look at a site-by-site basis if an off-site proposal was provided to us on whether it's too close or too far. In this case, we weren't presented with a specific location for an off-site proposal. So there's no, to answer your question, there's no specific geographic area.
There's no geographic limits. In other words, if we find, I know I asked them to look at apartments that are available in the Marley area. Theoretically, they could be replaced in the Marley apartments.
Through the chair, I haven't reviewed this location and considered it as an off-site rental replacement location. I don't know if I could advise right now whether that would be an appropriate location.
Now, the other thing is, in terms of, so we have to replace 31 units. Of those 31 units, how many tenants actually have the right to return?
Through the chair, I believe it's 21 tenants are eligible for the right to return.
And they have expressed a desire to return, those 21?
Through the chair, yes. A tenant consultation meeting was held on May 27th, I believe, 2025, and tenants were supportive of the replacement proposal to replace the units on site at that location.
So 21. So why couldn't we just replace 21 units and not the 31?
So through the chair, that wouldn't meet our rental replacement policies of the official plan. The policy requires that we replace all of the rental units, all 31 rental units, even if there are tenants who do not have the right to return living there and the units are vacant.
So
We
we
still
have
need
to
to
re-
maintain the rental housing.
We have to replace 21 on site, or 31.
So through the chair, in this proposal, we were provided with 31 rental replacements.
Last question.
On-site.
That was your last question.
Okay, if you can complete your answer, please.
So in this case, staff were not provided with a off-site proposal for 21 rental replacement units on-site and 10 rental replacement units off-site.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? Speakers. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. So this application has been particularly challenging for residents in the area. We've heard from a number of them today. And though it technically falls outside the boundaries of my ward, Don Valley West, it is right across the street, and I've heard from a number of residents on this. I do want to say from the outset that I do recognize the importance of what this proposal is trying to provide. Supportive living spaces for seniors are essential in creating healthy, livable communities, and particularly having ones that they can move into in the areas where they live in or where their families live in is an idea that I do theoretically support. But that said, I do have some outstanding concerns with this application as proposed, and you probably heard a little bit about it in the questions I asked. In particular, and I didn't ask about this because I don't think it needed questions, but the height and massing of the building built out to the property lines, particularly on Yonge Street frontage, are I would say out of step with the neighborhood context. Residents have expressed concerns about what this could mean in terms of precedent for future developments in the area, and I want to make sure that we do create warm and inviting streetscapes. It's important that we aren't setting this up as the short end of the wedge that significantly increases heights along this stretch of Yonge Street. It is, not right in the direct vicinity of the subway, and I'm cognizant of that. Other concerns, and these are significant, they relate to traffic and parking. In particular, as I mentioned in my questions, only 4 visitor spaces seems really small for a development of this scale and size, particularly when we know that family will be coming to visit seniors. I think it falls short also when we think about the traffic congestion. And so one thing I do want to say to the developers as they consider how they build this, I would hope that you're really thinking about how you're going to do your hoarding, because if we start to see a lane of traffic, if we start to see a lane of traffic that's closed on Yonge Street because of this development, I am concerned about the traffic, not just on Yonge, but also with infiltration and speeding cars through neighborhood streets. And these are neighborhood streets where kids are walking to school and things like that. So I would ask for that to be considered. And finally, I would just say that we had residents raise issues around whether there was proper notice of this. And I know that this falls within, trying to fast track some of these priority projects and the provincial legislation that allows for that. I do want to make sure that we are always getting notice out to developer or to residents, and within that 120 mile or feet radius or whatever it is.
Councillor, you have to wrap
But
up.
I would just say, I will wrap up, but I would just say that I don't particularly think the Toronto Star, even though I respect that newspaper, I'm not sure that really constitutes notice, because not everybody has access to it. You have to pay for access to things like that. And so in my mind, from an equity perspective, I don't think that's really a great way that we're making sure people know about it. So I will end my remarks there, but I do want to thank the residents of Ward 15 and Ward 8 who've engaged with my office and Councillor Cole's office on this application, and I hope that discussions will continue to make sure that this development is as strong as it could be to support the neighborhood that it's in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm going to cut to the chase here. I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations on this. And I appreciate that people are upset with the pace of change here, but the case has been made for the need for senior care everywhere along the spectrum, from the high end to what we would like to be doing on the public end of this. All of it is needed, all of it. The mayor has just opened her mind to the idea of not just this kind of care, but why are we not seeing lifelong lease? There's a whole continuum of care that has to happen for people who live at the income level in this neighborhood, and people who live in the income level in the peanut in my ward. And so where we have these opportunities, we have to take them. But we also at a certain point have to look at equity. We need to fit 4.5 million people into this city. 4.5 million people. And our population growth is such that we're ahead of schedule to get there. And it is very hard. It is very hard. If you are on another transit avenue, Sheppard Avenue in my case, I dare say Eglinton Avenue in Councillor Burnside's area, it's very hard to explain to your residents why it's transit, so you have to take 45 stories. You just have to. When it's somehow outrageous to take 13 stories somewhere else for a type of housing we desperately need. That's a really challenging moment where you have to explain equity in this town to your residents again and again and again. And they say, we don't buy what you're selling, Councillor Carroll, because Danforth, because Yonge Street. So why? Why us? We have to wrap our heads around the official plan's demands on transit avenues, regardless of who lives down the side streets. We just have to wrap our heads around it. 4.5 million people have to fit into this city, and our goal is that they fit in around transit. And so that we're having an opportunity to see some of this kind of housing. Seniors housing of some type has to be in this neighborhood. I think we should be jumping for joy that it is this particular operator. One of my favorite experiences as councillor was to go to a birthday party at the Amica establishment that's in my area up by Bayview Village Mall. I went to the birthday party of a 110-year-old woman. and her birthday party was emceed by her baby brother of 100 years of age. And both of them extraordinarily healthy. And the 110-year-old sister actually slightly more lucid than the 100-year-old brother. It was stunning. That is an experience in my entire career, which is now at the 23-year mark. That's way up there in the top 5. If that's the kind of care that's going to be present in your neighborhood, and the pace of change in your neighborhood vis-a-vis the outside of the building is going to happen anyway, I think you thank your lucky stars that in this particular site, this is what you're getting. Across the street, all the way up to Sheridan Nurses, all the way up to now quite old Glenview Apartments. Height has existed in this neighborhood. It's not all 2 stories. There are buildings coming along, and there are apartment buildings in this neighborhood that are almost 100 years old. There is a range here. And while this might be an outlier at this moment, it can't be forever. It won't be an outlier forever. But it will be a facility, I think, that you can be proud of in your neighborhood. That's been my experience with this operator in the neighborhood that I represent. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank all the deputants that made presentations, especially the residents. This is a very cumbersome, very difficult application, and I have 120 of these before me right now. 120 condos being proposed in my ward, more than the provinces of Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan combined in one ward. 120. Most of them, the average height is 40 stories. So this is the challenges we're facing. Now, this one here, it really has been very frustrating because we've been at this development site, the old Trouble Funeral Home, for over 6 years. So this has gone on for 6 years, trying to develop some housing on that site. And it is frustrating that we've been caught in a straitjacket with the I thought of rental housing replacement plan that we have, where under the province and the city, we have to replace rental housing. But it is so rigid that, you know, and I know the developer has been looking for off-site replacement. I know the city and our planners have been looking for off-site replacement for some of the persons that were in the rental units, but it's been impossible to find as a combination of the few rental units are available and then the cost factor in doing it. We've even talked to a developer that just is doing rental housing down on Yonge Street. I think it's First Capital, or I can't keep track. I've got 120 developers all over the place. I think it's First Capital. They're developing down in Montgomery. We even try to get in there and get them to put in 30 units in there with no success because of the cost, the numbers don't work, whatever. But somehow we've got to, I think, in the long run, look at this rental housing replacement bylaws that we have and make them more flexible because it doesn't really suit the market conditions and the realities. The problem with this building is it doesn't have to be this high. And I know everybody's fixated on height. I'm not fixated on height, but this one could have been a few stories lower to reduce the anxiety of the residents and the massing. It could have been if we had been able to have flexibility with rental housing replacement, which we didn't. But I hope that over the next months or years before this gets built, that there may be an opportunity to deal with this.
You could wrap up.
Rigid rental housing replacement unit and find some off-site housing so that we could maybe lower the number of stories, which seems to be the main point of contention here in the massing. So,
okay.
In total, I'm going to vote against this proposal as reluctantly as I do, because I know if this goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, they'll get 20, 30 stories.
All right. Okay, Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole.
That's the threat I
We have to be fair to
with.
everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other speakers on the item? Okay. So, Councillor Carroll, you move staff recommendations. Okay. And Councillor Cole, you have a motion?
No, I consulted with staff, and my motion would make it very complex with the Ontario Land Tribunal, so I couldn't proceed with my motion.
Okay. All righty. So, Councillor, a recorded vote. Councillor Carroll has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cheng, Councillor Pasternak. Those opposed, Councillor Cole and Councillor Chernos-Lynn. That carries. Councillor Chernos-Lynn, do you want to jump to item 9 now?
I would very much appreciate that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we have two deputants. We have two deputants. Barbie Lazaris?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm just going to start my video so you can see me. Hi. Hi, everyone. So I'm a lifelong renter living in the city of Toronto, and I'm here to urge North York Council to reject the application to demolish the homes of dozens of people living in the 26 rental units at 133 Erskine. I've been shocked over the past 2 years to see the city allowing the demolition of mid and high-rise purpose-built rental buildings. This is something that I never would have imagined possible. People move into purpose-built rental buildings precisely because they're supposed to have long-term safety and security. And people move into these rental communities with their families, thinking that it's going to be their forever home for life, and suddenly they have their lives ripped out from underneath them. These are solid, spacious, affordable rental units that we know will be replaced by often more cheaply made, significantly smaller and significantly more expensive buildings. There are promises of new rentals that will be available to them in quote unquote similar cost and size once the new buildings are built, but we know that this is never the case. The units are never as large as spacious as the original buildings. They never come with the same kind of closet space. And where are these people supposed to live in the decade that it takes to build these new buildings? I think that it's really important for people in City Council to start understanding that for renters, their home is their home, just as much as someone who is a homeowner, their home is their home to them as well. Simply moving in and out, in and out into a different place and then coming back, and possibly someone suggested just on the previous item to like maybe even put the rentals on a different site. This is a loss for them, just the same way that a loss would be if you went and evicted a homeowner and made them lose their home. Furthermore, I just find there's a lot of talk and rhetoric about creating affordable housing. Why not start with protecting the affordable and adequately sized housing that we already have? It's really frustrating to me to hear people talk about urgent housing needs in Toronto while simultaneously approving again and again demolishing livable, affordable housing that is occupied, evicting people who have been there for decades. There's also the concern that I've already touched on that so not only is housing becoming less affordable in the city, but these types of applications are making housing less secure. Renters everywhere and anywhere now, even in high-rise purpose-built buildings, live knowing that they live under a threat of eviction at any time. You guys spent literally like 40 minutes this morning arguing about somebody cutting 6 inches off the hedge in front of their lawn. And so I really hope that you'll give more attention and care to the dozens of people that will be evicted from their home, many whose home, this has been their home for decades. So again, I really urge you to please reject this application and protect the purpose-built affordable rental units that we have in the city.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Cheng?
Hi, thank you for making a deputation. I just wonder if you went to, I'm sure it was provided, a rental replacement meeting, and I'm wondering where you feel that rental replacement falls short of supporting you through the transition.
Yeah, so to be clear, I'm not even actually a tenant at this building. I'm just here because I keep reading about these demolitions of purpose-built rental buildings. So I'm here to support those tenants and to just really urge council in general to think about these kinds of applications and the impact it's having on housing and on people's lives.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
I just had a question.
Thank you, Councillor.
Do you want to clarify?
Councillor Cole.
Do you want to clarify your comment about this hedge? What are you talking about?
So this morning, the first item on the agenda, it was just like these people were talking about, one neighbor upset about the hedge of another, and that item was taken so seriously, and yet I see you guys vote. No, I don't mean like you specifically directly, but in general, City Council, voting away people's lives like it's so simple, and there seemed to be so much consideration for like, how is this hedge going to impact this one person's quality of life instead of thinking about.
So the hedge really concerns you, does it?
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
The eviction of people from
Thank
their
you.
homes.
Thank
That's
you,
my
Councillor
concern.
Cole, for that confrontation. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, just very quickly. I wasn't going to ask a question, but now I have to. I'm not sure that the deputy is aware that the difficulty with the hedges is the first we're hearing about it, whereas in this particular case, and in most of these developments, the local councillor, if not everyone in the North York Community Council, has been engaged in it prior to the meeting for sometimes years, and that is the case with this building. Are you aware of the level of process and engagement the councillors have in a development before it reaches a vote in this room?
I am, and I have been part of such discussions in my own neighborhood before. But what I have found from my experience is that, again, tenants' concerns are usually dismissed, talking about, with just sort of the idea of building as much housing as we possibly can, taking precedent, and not the kind of care and concern for how these things impact people's quality of life.
And since the approval of the building that will replace this one is largely governed by the requirement to intensify, particularly in this neighborhood where they wiped out the Midtown and Focus Plan the minute they were elected, the provincial governments, provincial planning regulations are really the the drivers in this area along with others. Have you had these discussions with your local provincial MP?
They're not. My local provincial MP is not conservative, so we're not in support of that kind of legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lazaris. Kevin McCrow? It is the applicant. Okay, so questions for staff. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for staff. Recommendation 4C on this item sets a timeline for erection of the proposed building 3 years after, by 3 years after demolition. Is this timeline typical for rental housing demolition permits?
Through the chair, that is correct. That's typical. That is based on the estimated length of construction.
Okay, thanks. In most cases, we see demolitions take place followed by significant delays before construction begins. This is something we're seeing a lot right now, leaving us with an empty lot where we previously had functional rental space. And of course, we've just heard from a delegate who's concerned about people being moved out of buildings. So while recommendations are in place setting a time frame for project completion, we know that extensions are granted in many instances. Is there any way that the city can ensure that work actually begins within a reasonable timeline after demolition?
Through the chair, I'll start, and perhaps city legal will weigh in afterwards if I don't fully answer that question, but you'll see in staff recommendation 2, sort of the preliminary approval of the demolition permit has a number of conditions. Those conditions include the below grade building permit, as well as some other features or sort of conditions that need to be fulfilled before a actual demolition permit can be issued to take the building down. Those conditions are structured in a way to make sure the applicant is on their way to starting construction. We don't want tenants to vacate too early, have an empty building standing there, or even have, as you've said, like a vacant lot there. So those conditions need to be fulfilled before demolition permit can be issued. To ensure as much as we can from a city perspective that the owner is on their way to their construction project.
Okay, thank you. And under the tenant assistance plan, what is the extent of the developer's responsibility to maintain support for displaced tenants? Like what happens, for instance, if the development stalls for a number of years or if it's halted indefinitely, as we're seeing with a number of developments? I have a lot of empty lots in my ward, a lot of applications, but a lot of empty lots that are sitting dormant. And so this is a real concern.
Sure. So through the chair, the tenant assistance is extended through the entire construction project. So for every month that tenants are displaced, the assistance plan applies. So to begin, tenants are provided a lump sum rent gap for the estimated length of construction, 3 years. If the construction project exceeds that time, every additional month, those tenants receive a rent gap until they return to a replacement unit.
Okay, and while I know that it is, it's a massive inconvenience for tenants, I just think it's important to note all of those pieces that we do have in place, because as we heard some questions from that delegation earlier about the unfairness of this and the problems with demolition of rental housing. We are making sure as a city that we're looking after.
According to my clock here, that's your last question. Okay. Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers. Councillor Chernos-Lynn.
Thank you. I will be moving staff recommendations on this item, but I just want to highlight the importance of the processes the city has in place, and that's really what my last question was getting to. But those processes to accommodate displaced tenants and encourage the timely completion of projects, including rental replacement. Toronto's rental stock is an invaluable asset, particularly as housing costs continue to apply pressure on people living in communities across our city. We do not want functioning rental spaces to be turned into empty lots due to stalled developments, as we've seen with so many other projects in our communities. And so wherever possible, I really do believe we need to be pushing developers to deliver projects in a timely manner after demolition to minimize disruption for the surrounding community and critically for tenants who are made to relocate as a result of development. I have been advised by staff in previous conversations, not today when I asked the question, but in previous conversations, that the 3-year timeline included in the recommendation is actually on the lower end typical of these reports. Sometimes it's 4 or 5 years. So I am hoping that this 3-year will be kept to. While the tenant assistance plan mandated through this process will provide relief, I hope that the prescribed timeline will help ensure that tenants can be brought back into stable accommodations sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chernos-Lynn. Anyone else to speak on it? No? Councillor Chernos-Lynn has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I'm wondering whether we could go back to item 8. Councillor Cole, you held the item down. I do not have any deputants on it. I'm wondering whether,
You can deal with this quickly.
all right, so is it something you'd like to put to an immediate vote, or do you want to, do you have questions for staff? Or?
Yeah, I just, okay. Just 1 second. Yeah, no, I have a few questions from staff.
Okay, go ahead.
So with this development application, the developer went to the tribunal, the Ontario Land Tribunal, right? When did he go, or she go, whatever, they go?
Through the chair, the appeal was received on May 12th this year, 2025.
That was after how many days that the complete application was filed?
Through the chair, I don't have the number of days handy, but it was more than the 120, or sorry, the 90 days, because it was a rezoning application, so it was beyond the 90 days.
So just 90 days. And so in this, and this is on an MTSA, right? The Eglinton West, the MTSA, what is this in?
Through the chair, that's correct, the Eglinton West MTSA.
Has the minister yet signed off on the MTSAs? I mean, they've been sitting on his desk for 3 years. Have they signed off on the MTSAs?
Through the chair, no, they haven't. Those are still at with the ministry.
So why are we treating this as an MTSA when the provincial government has not recognized it as a major transit station study area?
Through the chair, the MTSAs are council-approved policy that are currently with the province for approval. So it is something that we take into account for the evaluation of the application. It's even though it doesn't have that status with the province, it does have council status.
Okay, so even though the province is not in favor of it, we are basically approving this, looking at this as being approved, yet the province has refused to approve it.
Through the chair, we're not looking at it as if the MTSAs are approved by the province, but it is something that has been adopted by council, even if it isn't fully approved by the province. It is something that we do need to take into account. It's not a done deal from the provincial perspective, but it is something that we need to look at when we're reviewing the application and just ensuring that we're keeping it in mind what the policies have been adopted by council.
So this is a, is this a refusal report, or what is it that's before us?
Through the chair, this is not a refusal report. It's an appeal report that just identifies all the areas of concern and comments that staff have about this application, and it looks for council direction on how to handle the appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? Okay, speakers? Councillor Cole?
Yeah, okay. I just want to just make a few comments about the absurdity of this application. This is on a lot at the corner of Marley and Eglinton, okay? It is a lot that's 36 meters by 38 meters. It is probably at the most chaotic corner in the city of Toronto. Please do not travel in the vicinity of Eglinton and Marley if you value your time. It's right next door to the unfinished Allen Expressway. There's bumper-to-bumper cars 24 hours a day. So they are proposing to put in a 43-story tower on this miniature lot. And this is the one that I asked council to support my motion that we ask the Minister of Municipal Affairs to just defer these applications from going to the tribunal until we complete the study. We're doing a study for the area. It's called the Marley Glencairn study to evaluate the infrastructure needs of that area. We're trying to find out whether there's enough sewer capacity, whether there's enough hydro capacity. There certainly isn't any road capacity. And then we don't even have police capacity. You know, because right now this is one out of 15, 20, 40-story towers that's coming to Marley Avenue. 40-story tower, all up and down Marley, along with the towers that are there already. So we don't have a library. We don't have a recreation center. We have basically nothing but cars. And now they're going to add applications like this, which have no amenity space, just boxes in the sky, on a corner where you probably can't, you won't be able to get it outside the door because you'll be run over by a car. And I don't know how the garbage trucks are ever going to get in. I don't know how the fire trucks are going to get in. Visitors, I guess, because there's no parking either. There's no parking at all. We talked about parking, visitors parking. There's no parking even. But, you know, what we are doing is we are basically going along with this scheme, the province is about housing. None of it's affordable. They're just boxes in the sky. No amenities, no infrastructure. And this is one, and I'm not just concerned about this one. This
You
is
could, Councillor Cole, if you could wrap
up.
Yeah.
This is one of, again, 15, 20 of these boxes, 40-story highs, going on Marley Avenue. People are concerned about development on Yonge Street. Huh. Now they're getting
Are you going to support that?
all this on good old Marley Avenue, where right now you can't, again, access anything near Lawrence or Eglinton. So anyways, I just find this is an absurd application that should not even go anywhere, but because of what's happening, it's going, whatever.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Are there any other speakers on this item? No? Okay. Is anyone moving staff recommendations? Councillor Carroll is moving staff recommendations.
Out of fairness, as I mentioned earlier, I will move the
Yes.
staff recommendation.
I don't know, Councillor Cole, do you want to record a vote? You want to be recorded? Okay, okay, on,
You don't want to give instructions. This is just giving instructions.
okay, on the item
Okay.
1410 Eglinton Avenue West, zoning bylaw amendment, appeal report. All those in favor, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cheng, and Councillor Pasternak. Those opposed, Councillor Cole. That carries. Okay, item number 10, 5799, 5915 Yonge Street and 4647 Averill Crescent. Official plan amendment, Majid Kalanki. Well, thank you for joining us. I admire your patience.
Good afternoon, dear council. Thank you so much for having me for this opportunity. Yes, Majid Kalanaki. I'm representing Silverview Community Association. That's the adjacent neighborhood to this project. First of all, I'm going to thank Councillor Cheng for the community consultation that you had on May 20th for this issue. So I'm here to reconfirm what we pointed in that meeting that you had it for us. So M2M project has been built with demolishing an 11-story building and a sizable plaza, which included lots of offices, like law offices, dental offices, medical labs, pharmacies. Of course, we had the grocery store, it used to be called Food Basic Plaza, and bowling alley. It was a harmonious neighborhood that we had. So they took it away to bring something in a modern build and a bigger community. So COVID came, now office rentals are not making as profit as the retail, so they have decided to switch to make a more profit. But that doesn't mean that city and the neighborhood, they have to sacrifice for that. This Chinese developer, Yonge Group, has claimed bankruptcy, and subsequently their asset has been acquired seemingly by a sister company called Winlet. So we feel the developer is doing this to postpone or skip to non-profit commitment, such a park and community center. They already have 7,000 square meter of retail, including a grocery store, which has been sitting there for a year, idling. And about this application, we urge you to approve some partially of this rezoning to make a deal. If they don't make a deal, please deny it. By making a deal, we mean this project, compared to high-rises in the downtown, had an ample space and whatsoever. They could have built the park first. They should have put the community center in the phase one. Beside these could have, should have, now we are here and phase one is finished. Can you make a deal with them to fulfill the park, at least partially, across the phase one building? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff? No questions for staff. Speakers? Councillor Cheng?
I'm going to move this item without recommendation. We are still working with the applicant. Clearly, there are many concerns in the community. In particular, there is a pathway that's very important to the community. They need that pathway in order to get to transit. And in the winter, the applicant closed that path, which resulted in hardship for a lot of people. I think it's an additional half-hour walk to do the whole loop to get to the TTC. So we want to work with the applicant in good faith in order to come up with a compromise, and we're working on that. So stay tuned, and we will see this come back at council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Chang. Are you moving the staff recommendations? Oh, without recommendation. Okay. So Councillor Chang is moving them to council without recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 14, 173 Whitburn Avenue, application to remove a private tree. Nick Sacconi. Oh, okay. I jumped ahead, but you're there. Let's do 14, and then we'll go back to 12.
Thank you. My name's Nick Sacconi. I'm the owner of 173 Whitburn Avenue. I currently reside in this ward. I grew up in the ward. Currently building our new place on 173 Whitburn Avenue. We're accessible by a laneway in the back, and the proposal is to remove the 44 centimeter Siberian elm to make way for a garage slash, I guess, laneway house. This will serve an additional unit to the community as well. The Siberian elm is located in a spot that's kind of a little bit tight. So in the back of this property, they're basically 20-foot wide lots, and it's kind of straggling the property line. And the tree is deteriorating just for the fact that cars continuously park at the back and kind of run over the roots. So the inside of the tree is, there's a lot of dead limbs, some cracks in the tree. And so we tried to design around it by doing helical piles in the area where it would cause to injure the tree. But this would probably require a lot of helical piles that would probably damage the roots as they drill in. So I'm asking for the removal of the tree to make way for this laneway house in the back.
All right, thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Just a quick one, without reading all of it. Well, really, we only have the information relating to the tree, but just so that we're not caught off guard later, have the plans for the laneway house been adopted other than this tree, or?
No, so the plans were drawn up. We submitted for a zoning review. We got the zoning review back, but we know from forestry that if those plans even would be approved and they wouldn't approve the removal of the tree, then it would just be scrapped. I'm also amenable of planting, new trees in the park. I think part of the recommendation was I could plant like 5 or pay in lieu for 5.
It would be according to the recommendations.
I'm okay with that.
Let me ask this then about, since we don't know that the laneway house hasn't been fully signed off on yet. This has to go first.
Correct.
What are the plans in terms of the laneway house? Is it meeting separation distance and landscaped area once it's completed? What's the drainage landscape? Is that going to be according to policy?
100%. Yes. I believe we will need, I think, 1 minor variance through the Committee of Adjustment, but everything else will, like soft landscaping and all that, that will all be met.
That will be met. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Questions for staff? Speakers? No, we're good. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
We're going to bring it into committee. Speakers? Councillor Cole.
Yeah, as a local councillor, I'm going to allow the removal of the tree and to recommend the option of having him pay for the planting of 5 trees. So that's.
Okay. Councillor Cole is approving the request for a permit to remove. The motion is on the screen with a replacement plan of on-site planting and cash in lieu. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We're going to go backward. You're very welcome. Good luck with your garden suite. We're going to go back to number 12, 242 Fitch Avenue West. David McKay? He's online. Okay, Mr. McKay? I think you'll have to unmute. If you could unmute your mic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thanks for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Very quickly, my name is David McKay. I'm a registered professional planner with MHBC. We have been working with staff on this file. Unfortunately, it has taken a while to get here because of different changes in ownership and changes in design. But we're pleased to with the staff report to recommend approval for the construction of this building, which will allow for 41 rental dwellings to be created. And my client is very happy with the work that staff has undertaken with us to move forward, resolve matters in a timely manner, and bring this recommendation forward to you. And I request approval of the staff recommendation accordingly. Be happy to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? Oh, okay. Thank you for your comments, David. Any questions for staff? Councillor Chang?
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondering, when was the community consultation for this project?
Through the chair, there was initial consultation in 2017 and a second one in 2019.
Is there a statute of limits in terms of community consultations? If someone does one, but then they wait 5 years, 6 years, is there an expiry date where community has to be updated of what's happening, or do we just let it go because it happened already?
So through the chair, there's no statute of limitations. Our official plan does have a requirement to have at least one community meeting, and that's what we certainly strive to do. Sometimes situations change where an applicant or an application may get appealed even before you have the community meeting, and that happens infrequently, but it does happen. In addition to the community meeting, we obviously have the meeting today, which is the statutory public meeting, and that's really the meeting that is required under the Planning Act. And anybody that has any issues with respect to the application has the ability to come to this meeting today to raise any issues or concerns.
But for this meeting, was anybody mailed about this application?
I think to answer your question, I know Clerks was here earlier because of the postal strike that was looming. They have taken a different approach in terms of the public notice. It did go into the newspaper, but then there was also, if there were people that had indicated that they were interested in this application at the time of when we had those community meetings, they would have also received a notice by email, from what I understand.
So it is very likely that a lot of people who live near this development will have not heard that this is happening if they don't subscribe to a paper newspaper, and if they did not sign up for updates, they wouldn't know.
Again, I think it would probably be a question for the clerks in terms of the list of names that they had emailed to the interested parties. So if there were adjacent neighbors, which we do know there was an adjacent neighbor that has written in on this. So they were obviously aware of the application, and whether or not they received it through the newspaper or they received it through the email, there was somebody that had specifically written in on it.
Thank you. Those are my questions. And I will just speak briefly on this item. So I think, the most important thing to me is that my community is engaged and know what's happening. So I am disappointed in this whole process. And I think we do need to look at, again, how do we let people know things in terms of, I think there should be a statute of limitations put on community consultations because we just don't want people to be surprised. It preserves respect and trust for our democracy when we keep people engaged. So while I'm not fully satisfied that has happened here, there is a window between now and council where I will be making some efforts to ensure people know that this is happening. But at the same time, I'm grateful that this application respects the policies in place for this neighborhood. And so I will be moving staff recommendations on this, but making every effort to let the neighbors know between now and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Any other speakers on the item? No? Councillor Cheng has moved staff recommendations. Maybe we don't have. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, I believe we jump to item 23, 25 St. Denis Drive, construction staging area. Is that Councillor Burns?
I think Councillor Burnside had an amendment motion he was going to put forward. Oh, and there he is. Sorry, Councillor Burnside, you just appeared as soon as I said your name.
I don't have, great to see you, Councillor Burnside. We're on item 23, 25 St. Denis Drive. I do not have any deputations on the item. Questions for staff?
No, I just have an amendment.
Okay, then we go to speakers. Councillor Burnside?
You have an amendment, should be on the screen. Thank you.
What does that say? Okay, everyone's had a chance to read it. I assume this was vetted by staff. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Item number 29, Harlandale Avenue construction staging area time extension. Councillor Cheng, well, we don't have any deputations. A question for staff?
Yes, I have a few questions. I'm just wondering, what is the reason for this delay and when did this project start?
So the staff person is just upstairs. I wonder if it's okay if you can move to another one, and I'll make sure that they come downstairs.
Thank you.
My apologies, yeah.
All right, okay. We'll come back to that when the staff. Okay, so Menized Road, I'm going to defer that. This is the bouncing motion that is delinked from another part of parking restrictions in the area. We want to bring them all together in September and adopt them. So this is really a deferral motion for item 30. Any questions for staff? Any speakers? I guess I just spoke. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, next one is, well, why don't we, Councillor Cole, you have an item that has to be introduced, right? Okay, so why don't we do that? Let's put that on the screen, and then we'll do a park naming and, okay.
Yeah, this is just on the advice of Councillor Chang, who is very much in favor of informing people. And I think it's about time we informed the residents of North York when a development application goes before the Ontario Development Tribunal and the status of it. So I'm just asking for quarterly reports of when they go there, what happens when they go there, and so that we can better inform our residents. Because, as you know, almost every second development is going to the Development Tribunal, so it's about time we let people know. It could be further
All right,
refined,
okay.
Council.
All righty, okay, the motion is on the screen.
Yeah.
First vote is to introduce the item. All those in favor? And the second vote is to adopt it. All those in favor?
Yeah, we can work on it.
Okay, right. Okay, we're gonna go to item 31. Okay, we're going to, the last item now, it's a park renaming, in honor of Mike Mostyn, the late Mike Mostyn, who was CEO of B'nai B'rith Canada, human rights organization. Mike was a transformative figure in human rights advocacy across the country as the CEO of B'nai B'rith Canada. He also was a leader when it came to running various social capital initiatives such as food drives, toy drives, clothing drives, and providing advocacy for affordable housing and managing several affordable housing buildings. He was a wonderful person who was quite wise when it came to fighting hate and discrimination across all ethnic groups, and was a wonderful speaker when it came to, to sharing his views and to advocating for respect and tolerance and various levels of anti-discrimination. I went to various B'nai B'rith events in which Michael was the co-host, and they were attended by the seniors who live in his buildings. And these are seniors who have engaged programming, who are lucky to be in those buildings because the management there, led by Mike Mostyn, did everything they could to fight against loneliness, isolation, and depression. These were wonderful events that got people out of their rooms and into common areas to celebrate as one. So what we've suggested here is renaming the Balmoral Park to Mike Mostyn Park. And I believe that Mike is a most worthy recipient of this honor. He has family in the Balmoral neighborhood. He often took his children to the Balmoral Park. He has close connections with the neighborhood. We did reach out to the local community. I believe we got over 100 emails and letters of support for this initiative. Therefore, I'm bringing it forward to Community Council for support. So could I have a vote to, I'm going to vote to adopt the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The staff here for Harlandale? Okay, there's no deputations. Questions for staff?
Thank you. Just wondering, what are the reasons the work couldn't be done, and what was the original time frame supposed to be?
Through the chair, Councillor, the original time frame was, well, the original time frame was supposed to be September 30th of 2024. They ran into soil conditions they were not expecting. The methodology they were using at the time to do the tunneling is a process called jack and bore. And they kept running into boulders. Every time they ran into a boulder, they had to pull out the drill and reset the drill, getting the boulder out of the ground to go back in. That process did not work. They asked for an extension that was going to take them to May 31st of 2025 to continue doing the jack and bore. They have now changed their methodology totally. We gave them a 30-day permit that allowed for an open trench to do the work that they needed to have done. That work has been done, so the process that was slowing them up has been completed. Now the work is the two manhole covers, or two manholes, that will be servicing the new station.
Thank you. And how is the ongoing work affecting traffic in the area?
Through the chair, Councillor, traffic is being maintained eastbound in one lane. It has affected traffic a little bit, obviously, because we don't have two-way traffic on Harlandale, but they are able to do the loop fairly easily. And anytime that there is work there, there have been traffic control personnel handling the traffic.
Can you remind me when this began? What was the start date?
The start date originally went to council back in February of 2024. Their original end date was September 30th of 2024, and they just kept running into issues with the soil conditions.
My last question, how likely will there need to be a further extension, or do you think this is it? We're going to get our road back?
Through the chair, Councillor, I'd really like to be able to say that there won't be another extension. I do not believe there will be another extension. Okay. I think we can get them off the road and onto TTC right away to finish their work. Unfortunately, I can't guarantee it, Councillor.
Right. Such is life. Thank you.
Such is life.
All of my questions.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cheng.
Move staff recommendations.
Speakers. Okay. Councillor Cheng is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. We just have our confirmatory bills to move. Councillor Cheng.
I move that Bills 647, 2657, and 662, prepared for the July 3rd, 2025 meeting, 25 of the North York Community Council, be declared as bylaws and pass subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
Great, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the confirmatory bills. Councillor Cole.
That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the North York Council acting under delegated authority at a meeting 25th of July 3rd, 2025 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 the City of Toronto Act 2006 according to Councillor Lily Chang.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That concludes our business for today. Thank you very much, clerk staff, city staff, councillors, and of course, members of the public who participated in today's meeting. Enjoy the rest of the day. And enjoy the summer. We'll see you in September.